Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Here.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Chadwick, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have minutes of previous meetings? Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor, do you have a mayor's report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. The budget situation in Juneau has created some untenable situations for us here in the municipality of Anchorage. It's put us on the precipice of an emergency. And we're looking at the reports that have come in, the concerns we have that there are going to be increased numbers of seniors and people with disabilities who are going to lose their housing, doctors who are possibly going to stop seeing Medicaid patients, vulnerable families and children turned out of current living situations and unable to access some of the facilities that they currently access. Job loss at the University of Alaska Anchorage of 700 people alone. An expectation that there could be 800 more unsheltered people on the streets and in the green belts of this municipality. We experience earthquakes in this community. We know how to respond in an instant. What's happening to us is more in the line of a hurricane. We see it coming, and I think it is prudent for us to prepare. Because when we prepare for these disasters, we're able to overcome them. And the sum of what's happening to us as a result of the calamity that's been created in the corridors of the Capitol is going to push long-term stressors into acute shocks. That's what qualifies as an emergency. The impact on emergency services here in this community will be profound. First responders will be overwhelmed. And Mr. Chair, I just want to assure you that we are taking every precaution to make sure that we are ready so that all municipal resources will be brought to bear to address this situation. I wanted to ask a couple of individuals to come speak and give you further information, particularly about the impact on homelessness. But I want to assure you that the impact of the budget impasse in Juneau is far more than on just this one part of our community. It is not just about our social services, it is about our economic vitality. So if Jasmine Boyle and Dick Monsager could come forward, please.
Thank you, Chair and Assembly, for the opportunity to share some information. My name is Jasmine Boyle. I'm the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. As the Mayor shared, I think there's a couple of ways to easily talk about that, this crisis that is looming on our doorstep, and the first is about direct impacts. Currently, through the budget veto process, we have lost approximately $12 million statewide to fund homeless services, leaving us with about $2 million. Happy to share specificity if anyone's interested. So I want to talk about immediate impacts due to that reduction. Immediate impacts, and Elisa Aquino will share a bit more about this, means that we can quantify that an additional 220 people will be entering into unsheltered homelessness in the next 2 weeks. I want to call out the data point of comparison, which is our point in time count for the last 5 years, has showed 97 between 94 and 97 unsheltered people. We are talking about adding an additional 220 unsheltered people to that number in the next 2 weeks. I think that this group of individuals, of course, understands the business impacts, the tourism impacts, the community public health and safety impacts, not to mention the impacts to our vulnerable. We have also estimated with our provider partners that over the course of the coming year, we will lose an additional 590 individuals from current housing. So essentially, we're talking about known 790 individuals that will be entering into unsheltered homelessness due to these budget cuts. Those are the impacts that I can quantify. We're also cutting prevention services. Quick data point, in the last 2 years, our statewide prevention services through BHAP funding have had a 93% success rate at stopping people from entering into homelessness. Without those prevention services, I cannot quantify to you the increased inflow. I think it's also important to understand, and Mayor Berkowitz hinted at this, that there's also a ripple effect from the other budget cuts. We have already seen skyrocketing calls to 211 and to our landlords in the community, with seniors sharing that with the reduction of senior benefits, they are choosing between food or rent. With the reduction in free legal services, people cannot protect themselves from eviction. With the reduction in Medicaid, early childhood education and Head Start, food bank services, domestic violence case management, behavioral health services, and as Mayor Berkowitz shared, the anticipated job losses and increased local taxes, we are anticipating a massive, massive movement of individuals who are at risk and working with a system to be prevented from becoming financially and economically vulnerable to enter into homelessness. I have also heard reports from my counterparts in other communities that this will increase, particularly with the ferry cuts, the higher electric costs in rural Alaska, that we anticipate to see more urban flight from our rural communities. And we already experience a challenge with individuals who don't have a socially sanctioned job history or some of the skills needed for jobs in Anchorage. We will not be able to bear the burden of the traffic into our community. And these are also our community members. I think what's really important to recognize is that homelessness is the catch-all for every other societal challenge. And there is nothing we can do to stem this tide when we consider the array and the fragmented way that these services are delivered. I would like to turn it over to Lisa Aquino from Catholic Social Services, because I'm talking about big picture and a system, and I think it's important to understand the volume of calls I've gotten from the business community and the public about what's going to happen next week, and I think Lisa is best positioned, if the chair agrees, to speak a little bit about the circumstances next week.
Hello, and thanks for the opportunity. I think that you probably all read the letter that I sent outlining what we're looking at Catholic Social Services. I'll just take 1 second before I go into that, and I'll go really quickly. But when Jasmine was talking about the prevention services and not being able to quantify it, I can quantify it. It's 193 households that were prevented from becoming homeless here in Anchorage, and that funding is gone. And the services to support them are gone. It's 120 households that were homeless that we put into housing just at Catholic Social Services. So it's the coming year is looking bleak, but I'm just going to focus on the right now. As you know, we've been talking about what we'd have to do at Catholic Social Services if these funds were cut. This is the last thing we want to do. We do not want to use the people that we serve in any kind of political way. If there's any other alternative, we would take that alternative. But the reality is that we're an agency that has a reserve that can only hold out for so long. And so right now we're looking at stepping down services. So as I talked to you in the letter, we at Clare House on August 1st will be moving to a reduction in our services in the day. So that means between the hours of 9 and 2, we're going to need to ask all of our families that are staying in Clare House to be somewhere else because of staffing. We are working with our partners in the community and the faith community to find other solutions, but it's a very bleak picture to think of moms and children and babies without a place to stay in the day. At Brother Francis Shelter, we will be reducing our services as well, so going from 240 to 100. So just to talk a minute about the timeline of that, that's a pretty big adjustment in services at our shelter. And we're changing the model from being a first-come, first-served shelter to assigning the beds. So that change will help us in the transition to assure more safety in the area around the shelter, because we won't have people lining up. However, the adjustment requires us to shut down for a few days to reset the service for the people that we serve and for our staff. So that means between the 1st and the 4th of August, we will be shutting down Brother Francis Shelter to all except for some individuals who are there as a part of our respite program and have medical needs. And then on the 5th of August, we'll be reopening with 100 beds, and those will be assigned. And as you can imagine, deciding who those 100 are is nearly impossible. Every category of vulnerability, there's more than 100. There's more than 100 people who can't go to another shelter in Anchorage. They can only go to Brother Francis Shelter. There's more than 100 people over 65. There's more than 100 people that use a wheelchair or a walker. There's more than 100 of everything. There's more than 100 people who have stayed there for 6 months in the last year. So it's going to be really challenging, and there's no fair or good way to do it. If you have any questions about this, I'm open to answer anything, and if you have any suggestions for how to do this in any better way, please tell me. I appreciate your support, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Monsager.
So I'm Dick Monsager. I think I've met most of you. I've been working for the last year on behalf of Rasmussen Foundation with the Homelessness Leadership Council and trying to envision a better future. So as I came over here this afternoon, I was trying to think about this, and I was thinking, okay, I'm going to remain optimistic. The biggest chunk of money that Jasmine and Lisa have talked about is the HAP money, HAP money, and it's in the capital budget, the reverse sweep budget that came within one vote a couple days ago. If that passes, that bill passes, then that chunk of money is in the 3/4 vote, and it seems like there's a reasonable probability that it'll come back. I just checked the House finance budget this afternoon, and the other two line items that we're talking about are in that bill that's in the House right now. So I want to be optimistic that the legislature will get to a point with the governor that will get us back to a stable floor. But as of today, it's not there. I completely understand and I support CSS for what they've done in terms of acting, because the drain on their reserves is substantial. I sat in with on a board meeting of theirs last week as they dealt with this difficult question about what do we do and when, because even if the state turns back on again, it's going to take a while before the money starts flowing again, because new contracts, new grants are going to have to be done. It's not going to happen immediately. My other point I think I want to make is that if government's contribution to all of this can remain stable, I am really optimistic that there are substantial investors, philanthropy, that want to help us build a much better future, that we can achieve a world here in Anchorage where homelessness is rare, brief, and one time. But if we don't have a good government public-private partnership, the willingness of investors and philanthropists to invest is much decreased. The conversations I've had in the background is I'm really, really hopeful that there are sizable commitments that will be made over this next few months if the government contribution is stabilized. If it doesn't stable, then the question is, are philanthropists willing to step in place of government? And then we don't get us anywhere. Then we're just where we're at right now with all of the problems with camping and so on in the community. I want to envision an Anchorage where we don't have camping, where people, and shelter isn't the end game. Shelter is just a way station on the way to home. That's the world that we need to envision here in Anchorage, that we can get to. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
so in wrap-up, so the governor and his staff had made it abundantly clear repeatedly that we are on our own, that they expect this community and all other communities to take care of themselves. That's not the Alaskan way. That is not the Alaskan way. But we are prepared to do what's necessary to take care of ourselves. But we have to do it in a way that's decent and respectful and honors the public trust. And I look forward to working with members of the Assembly and all members of the community of goodwill who are willing to work with us to make sure that Anchorage can be a safe place for everybody who lives here. I think we are better than this. I think the fact that we have arrived at this juncture is an indictment of many things that are wrong with our system. But we are better than this. And it is up to this body and this city to show a state that has lost its way how to get back where it needs to go. And I am counting on you to help us get there. And if members have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the report. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the administration for working diligently with the Assembly to answer our questions and provide us guidance. Mr. Mayor, I want to assure you that the Assembly, as the policy-making and appropriating body, is ready to work with your administration arm in arm to respond to these soulless and merciless cuts. Thank you so much.
I'd be able to speak.
There are going to be another opportunity, sir, to speak. But right now we have
We're talking about homelessness.
Yes, and there will be another opportunity, sir, to speak.
Okay.
Moving on our agenda to the Assembly Chair's report. So in just really the last week, I've seen the Assembly step up tremendously to educate the public and ourselves on the governor's vetoes and its impact on Anchorage. We've thrust ourselves in the middle of a complex human problem that has prompted the ire from all sides of the debate on homelessness, and attempted to build bridges so that we can make better sense of a $1.9 billion problem, which, thinking about that more, sounds like a tangent we would take. Among many other monumental issues, and throughout this clerk staff has provided us with magnificent guidance and support. It is my honor to serve as the chair of this body during this time. With that, we have a Rules Committee meeting 12 to 1:30 p.m. at room 155 on Friday, and we'll keep going in our agenda, move on to committee reports. I'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee met last week, and we talked about Studio 420, which is marijuana retail coming up on our agenda later on, and also about gravel extraction in Girdwood, which will also be coming up soon. And I'll let Crystal embellish on any of that if she'd like. So.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In line with your comments earlier and the mayor's, we have a special committee meeting for the Committee on Homelessness on this Friday, July 26th, from 10 a.m. to 11:30 in the mayor's conference room, where we hope to get a report on, hear a little bit more from the administration, and be available if we need to make any recommendations for the Assembly to potentially take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No committee report, but I'd like to ask for a moment of personal privilege. Mr. Gil Stokes, if you could please join us at the microphone briefly. Mr. Stokes is from my district and has ridden the bus here, is a great user of our public transportation and actually has directly impacted some of the routes in East Anchorage. But he's here tonight to talk about the Native Brotherhood, an event that they're having that's coming up in a couple months. Mr. Stokes?
Mr. President, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, my name's Gil Stokes. I moved here in 1982 after being Navy Medical Corpsman in the service. I lived in New York City, for 15 years, Washington, D.C. for 10. I was also there. I was sitting in the gallery when they passed statehood for Alaska. I was also there when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, and I stood up all night and went to the memorial and the funeral. I tell you this because we are Americans. I also was there when Martin Luther King was assassinated in New Orleans. But thank you for, this is an exception thing, I guess, and thank you for having me talk. I belong to the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Camp 87, and each year in October, we have about 28 villages plus San Francisco, Portland, and Oregon, Washington State too, I'm sorry. And we meet together for a lot of reasons, but it was basically for civil rights, the civil rights, culture, history, and federal law. In 1912, the Alaska Native Brotherhood was formed. It was down in Southeast, and it never had gotten out of Southeast. However, one year it went to Portland. But somehow with the economy the way it is, the villages and towns down in Southeast and further out weren't acceptable to host the grand camp each year. But we stepped up to it up here in Anchorage. I, for one, first of all, we had to decide if we could do it. Secondly, we had the camp president from Southeast come up here, and 5 officers plus 4 councilmen decided we would hold it up here as a new challenge, not only to the camp, but also to this area, because it had never gone out of Southeast. Later on, after 1912, it was joined by the sisterhood to back up the men. Sounds okay, huh? Well, anyhow, if the thing is, we went up and got up to the tide, because now we have a new constitution. The men and the women have the same constitution. If you're a man, you want to join the ANS, you can do it. If you're a woman, you want to join the ANB, you can do it. This is maybe new here, but I'll tell you, this Alaska Native Brotherhood may throw you off a little bit, but it's open to everyone, no matter who you are. That's why we are here in Anchorage, to let you know that in the quietness of October, you're going to have over 100 delegates up here, and councilmen, and they're probably their families. We've been working on this for months now. We are looking at all the hotels and seeing if they give us a bargain. The airlines also does that. And one other thing too, we're very happy to come into Anchorage. Like I said, we really pushed Anchorage. We love it up here, believe me. We got 10,000 people from Southeast who are Tlingit, Haidas, and Tsimshians, and we're all mixed. I'm half Irish, so you see, it's a fun time for all of us, and I do again thank you for letting me speak. Okay, I get kind of mixed up and excited. So, love y'all.
Mr. Stokes, before you go, can you tell us the exact dates that the Grand Camp will be?
It's the first week of October.
Okay.
And it'll go till the 5th, at least till the 5th. There are some things that are unsettled yet. We're coming up with new ideas and trying something very different.
Thank you, Mr.
But it's going to be a fun time, I guess. I guarantee you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy.
No further embellishments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow, July 24th at noon in room 240 at City Hall. City Hall tomorrow at noon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thanks, sir. The Enterprise and Utility Committee Oversight Committee met last week and had a briefing on the MLMP Chugach Electric transaction. And on behalf of Ms. LaFrance, the co-chair, I steered the first conversation on the stormwater utility that we had at the committee, which looks to be moving forward, or maybe moving forward, depending on the agenda. And then we also had two work sessions on a work session on the petroleum and cement terminal that's on the agenda tonight, and I look forward to a robust conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to report about a July 17th Health Policy Committee meeting we had. Actually, Ms. LaFrance and I, co-chair, we were both unable to attend, a rare occasion that happened, so Mr. Dunbar chaired the meeting for us, which I greatly appreciate. And we talked about a lot of these things you heard the mayor talk about. We heard from the health department about loss of services to Awake, to Rural Cap, Brother Francis, Clare House, Beans Cafe, domestic violence services. And we heard that the health department has already been receiving twice as many calls from the elderly who aren't getting the money they need or the services they need. So it's already happening, and we're hearing about that. And just so you know, I wasn't able to make the meeting, but I can listen online, and all of you can do that too if you're interested in following along on the committees we have. And then Mr. Dunbar and I co-chaired the Budget Committee, and we had a report from the administration, same topic, about all of these cuts and how they will impact each and every one of us through the municipality. And we also had a presentation from Nolan Clauda, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Economic Development at the university, and he presented a presentation about the loss of jobs we'll see in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No update this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. The Audit Committee met yesterday briefly, and we're continuing an effort to see if there are any of the boards and commissions that might have their expiration dates extended, from the sunset dates and so on, and perhaps some that should be considered to be eliminated, all in the efforts to reduce the workload. And many of those impact our clerk's office support staff, and it's worthy just to commend your attention to that. Also, I want to commend the mayor on his efforts. Talked over the weekend at length with some of the legislators. I think there's some cautious room for some optimism on the homeless issues and some of the direct health issues. But we're in the midst of an incredible catch-22, and a major component of all solving many of these social problems is that we don't have treatment for alcohol and drug-related issues here and mental health issues, and that's a huge roadblock. I think the mayor is right. We've got to get a hold of our bootstraps and have a plan to solve that on our own. One thing on a happier note, when I served on this body before, one of my colleagues was Jim Barnett. He has written two seminal works, one on Captain Cook and the other one on Vancouver, and so on. He has a recent one. It's called Imagining Anchorage, and it is an amazingly complete record of lots of events here, many of which affect us. So I'm going to pass this down the table to you, commend it to you, and they're on sale over at Costco.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Moving on to the addendum to the agenda. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items as printed and distributed.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Seeing none, that motion passes. So by now, as most of you know, the Section 8 of the Assembly meeting agenda for addendum to the agenda, the Assembly practice has been to read all of the addendum and laid on the table items into the record. The so-called addendum items have been timely submitted to the clerk's office and are included on the online agenda, and electronic copies were provided to the members on Friday. Hard copies are available for the public and the members tonight at the meeting. Laid on the table items are sent electronically to the members the day of the meeting and typically only include items for introduction or timely appropriation. Because there appears to be unknown value in the reading of these texts, we have discontinued that practice. Again, copies of the addendum to the agenda are available in the vestibule, and the addendum and laid on the table documents are available from the clerk's staff. Moving on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items number 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of these items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. Now we're going to go down and get folks' items to pull from the consent agenda. We're going to go ahead and start with you, Mr. Dyson.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
I'd like to pull item 9D2.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
None for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull one item, 9 Alpha 1, for reading, and that's all.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing from me.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. All right, Madam Vice Chair. Just to confirm, we have items 9A1 and 9D2. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled item.
Second.
Moved in second. Any opposition from that motion? Seeing no opposition, that passes. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which are all the items in 9F. If you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, that action is now complete. We're going to go ahead and go through the pulled items, starting with 9A1. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that passes. I will be reading. Who will be presenting? Looks like you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And where is... There you are, competition. Resolution number 2019-242, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Karen Norsworthy for her over 21 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Karen Norsworthy began her over 21-year career with the municipality of Anchorage in February 1998 as an employment services manager with the Employee Relations Department. And whereas her public career has spanned the administrations of Mayors Rick Mystrom, George Wirch, Mark Begich, Acting Mayor Matt Clayman, Dan Sullivan, and Ethan Berkowitz. And whereas under Karen's direction, the MOA developed exceptional working relationships with the unions and managers, supported the Anchorage Fire Department in various human resource matters for over 10 years, successfully negotiated several collective bargaining agreements, resolved countless grievances, implemented the software system change from PeopleSoft to SAP, changed the department's name from Human Employee Relations to Human Resources, and whereas Karen's experience, attention to detail, strong work ethic, and pleasant demeanor with management and the unions worked to resolve countless records, classification, employment, and labor issues and concerns, has brought tremendous value and benefit to the MOA. And whereas Karen has an amazing way of finding solutions. Through all the administrations, she has been a solid driving force. and a remarkable mediator between administration, management, unions, and employees, facilitating positive results for the municipality. And whereas Karen's dedication to ensure all system changes bring value to the MOA as a whole brought her long hours and weekends. And whereas Karen is a mentor, a leader, a champion of HR, seeing the value HR brings to an organization. She pushed employees to be their best and has a way of listening to all sides prior to resolution. This earned her respect during her years of service with the municipality. And whereas Karen will be leaving her position as a Human Resources Director on July 31st, 2019. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Karen Norsworthy is recognized, honored, and thanked for her devoted service to the municipality of Anchorage and its employees. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of July, 2019.
I would just like to say it's hard to believe it's been 21 years, and I have really enjoyed my time here. Not all of it. There were some days, I have to admit, but I have been so fortunate to work with some absolutely fantastic, wonderful people, and I'm so grateful for that. I love this town. I'm planning to stay here. Everybody's asking me, are you moving? And I'm like, no, this is my home. And this is where I plan to stay. And I hope that I can still be involved with the city, in some way to help move us forward and be the best that we can. So thank you, everyone. Yeah.
We now have before us item 9D2. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 493-2019. Annual supply contract with Holiday Station Stores to provide fuel and fuel card services to the municipality of Anchorage, not to exceed $9 million. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Yeah. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I'm not sure who from the administration can come up and answer just a few questions about this. My question really is just to the sheer amount of it. I wanted to get a better understanding of the process. So the percentage of this that is cards, how those cards are distributed to whomever has the cards, how the oversight process, et cetera. I want to get a better understanding of sort of how this works. If someone could speak to that, please.
Certainly, through the chair, I'll ask Ron Haddon, our purchasing officer, to give us chapter and verse.
Hi, Ron Haddon, Purchasing Director. Thank you for the question.
Sure.
This was a competitively bid contract, and to answer your specific questions, we are working with the various departments on who needs the cards. We've also been working with Holiday on a process to actually identify all those people and to issue those cards either to the people or to the vehicle that they are assigned to.
So can you give us a sense of this amount? How much of is it through cards? Do you have a sense of that?
It's an estimated amount based on what we've seen in the previous contracts.
And how will you ensure that there's oversight, I guess, is the thing I'm trying to figure out. Is it how will you know who's spending it for what vehicle, and how is that to be managed?
There is an invoice presented from the contractor to the applicable department. To give you an example, Fleet Services, Mark Warfield, he will get an invoice for those vehicles under his oversight. He will review that invoice to ensure that the correct markup has been applied. And I can testify to you that Mark does that, or his staff does that very thoroughly, because we've identified overbillings in the past from the current contractor.
Right. And cards are assigned to individual people and or vehicles, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Depending upon the department, whether they want it to an individual or to a vehicle. Most are to vehicles.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Chair. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Actually, I think I might have another question for you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. It may or may not be you that wants to answer this question, but we just noticed, just in looking at this, the information on the bottom where it has all the information about recommended by, and it says concur Michael Abbott, municipal manager. So I just wanted to see if we need to fix that, maybe?
Past.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be a friendly amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. All right. Seeing no further discussion on this item, is there any opposition to approving this item? Seeing no opposition, that item is approved. Moving on, that completes our consent agenda. We are now at unfinished action. So we have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 465-2019, appointment of youth representative and alternate youth representative to the Anchorage Assembly. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
I have to turn it over to you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So I have an amendment to this, just to speak to this briefly. Just like we did the first time we had our youth representative, the chair made an amendment to insert one person as the appointment and then the other person as the alternate. I had a good conversation over the phone with McKenna. Unfortunately, she couldn't attend the actual work session we had on this due to a family emergency. And McKenna is going to be a senior at Diamond High, and she has a lot of passion and really wants to do her best to represent the youth and be a strong voice for them. Her areas of interest include education and climate change. And I think she will be fantastic serving in the role as the Assembly Youth Representative. And then the members who were able to go to the work session heard from Ms. Strain, and I think she will do a great job serving as the alternate. So with that, I can't make the motion, but if someone else wants to.
Isn't there a motion on the floor?
To approve the amendment.
I see.
Move. Oh, can I?
Yeah, you can do it.
I can do that with. I'll hand this back to you. Move to approve amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. The amendment passes 11-0. We now have before us the main motion. Any discussion on the main motion? Just an FYI to the body, the members will be here on August 6th, and that's when we are planning to do the swearing in and get them started. All right, let's go ahead and vote on the main motion. And that passes 11-0. We now have before us item 11B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 466-2019, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals appointment.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lang is here if anyone does have any questions for him.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Lang? Mr. Weddleton.
Sorry, I don't have a question, but he's a great choice. He's smart and very creative, and every time I've worked with him on anything, I've learned a lot, and a lot's got done, so glad to have you joining this commission.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-0. Congratulations, Mr. Lang. We now have before us item 11C, ordinance number AO 2019-72, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by sealed competitive bid of real property legally described as lots 10 and 11, block 1, Highland Hill subdivision, unit number 1, plat 74-13. Real Estate Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so move to postpone indefinitely in second. Does the administration want to speak to that motion?
We can briefly, Mr. Chair. The department came up with an operational need for the building, and so we are proposing not to put it out to bid, not to sell it.
Thank you, Mr. Folsey. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
To Mr. Falsey, can you provide any additional information about what the use of the building may or may not be?
Yes, through the chair, to quote the fire chief who sent me the following in an email, they were notified that one of the current stations suffered earthquake damage and needs significant repairs to the apparatus bay. Facility is working on a repair plan to be completed by snowfall, but we're not convinced that those repairs will be completed by the fall or winter, and so the replacement for old Station 11 will not, it doesn't, there's this point it appears we might not have adequate storage for all the equipment, so we are proposing to withdraw this proposal at this point because it looks like the building may need continued use.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a procedural question, please?
Sure.
A motion to postpone indefinitely as opposed to just voting it down. Can you explain why we would postpone indefinitely as opposed to just saying no?
I think procedurally the two are in the same thing. I don't think there's really any difference. I think a motion to postpone indefinitely, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, it can technically be brought back to the table, but otherwise they're the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I thought that a week ago, but I don't know if you got it, but there was emails from Dean about comparing the two in regards to Studio 420, which will hit. There was an education. So it is something that we can bring back at any time if you postpone indefinitely. What I've witnessed over the years is basically that means we killed it, and kind of colloquially that's how it's been treated. But I guess there is really a technical difference to it.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Gates, did you want to add more?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I was going to say pretty much what Mr. Weddleton said. I guess I would add the technical difference between voting something down is you take a position on it, and postponing indefinitely, the body takes no position on the item. And Mr. Weddleton's right. In common understanding of vernacular, both approaches, both procedures kill the measure, but postponing indefinitely doesn't prevent someone from renewing the motion and bringing it back on a future agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. That's an important distinction. Mr. Constant.
Mr. Gates, Dean, on a matter of a minor technicality, my understanding under Robert's rules is that when a motion to postpone indefinitely is made, it actually kills the item until the next session of the governing body convenes. And so I don't know if we've adopted special rules, but if that's the case, that means next year after April.
Thank you. And right, you mean if you vote no and vote it down, someone could propose it again in the future?
No, if we vote to postpone indefinitely, it puts the motion off the table until the next session of the governing body, according to Robert's rules, my understanding. I could be wrong.
Sure.
Someone can bring it back so long as there's no circumstance that really, I guess, denies the effect or makes the proposal ineffective. For example, if it were in the planning department an application for a conditional use permit and you postpone indefinitely, well, you couldn't bring it back after more than a year because applications need to be acted on within a year or else they need to be resubmitted. So in this case, with, I guess, 2 lots, there's probably a broker's opinion of value, I think, was involved and other things. So if market conditions change, it may not really be practical or feasible to bring it back when things change. But I don't think there's any, I guess, rule or law that says you can't bring back a proposed sale of property at any point in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. And the clerk advises me that we can delve further into that line. So we have that motion before us to postpone indefinitely. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 11D, ordinance number AO 2019-81, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 21.09.040 F.3 and 21.09.040 F.8 to include a district-specific standard allowing properties that have existing federal patents to mineral estate and/or valid state and federal mining claims to continue operations under the existing federal and state regulations in the GOS and GDR districts. The public hearing was closed on this item. Mr. Weddleton.
That was my question, because I'd actually invited someone to come. I don't know if he's here. If that's possible, I don't.
It is possible for you to reopen the public hearing if you would like.
Okay, move to reopen the public hearing.
You would make a motion.
Right now.
Can we see if that person's here first?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Let's do it.
Jeremy Henson, is he here? Okay, we could skip it then.
Okay, great.
Good call.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So any discussion on this item? The current motion is? So the current motion on the floor is a motion to approve. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Weddleton?
This is fairly complicated. As we got deeper into it, we discussed it at quite a bit of length at the Community Economic Development Committee and through emails and so on over the last week. And the proper procedure is really to send it through the Planning and Zoning Commission to look at this and kind of work out some of those details. And I think Mr. Schutte could probably best speak to it, but it checked with DOT to see if this would cause problems with the current project on Seward Highway, and was told that it would not.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
I'm just saying the delay of this would not hurt that project.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. No one else is in the queue. All right. Seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote on the motion. Mr. Constant. Thank you. That motion is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 11E, resolution number AR 2019-227, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for 420 Enterprises, LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M19624, doing business as Studio 420 AK. Thank you. Do we have a current motion on the floor? There's no motion on the floor. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone until September 10.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Weddleton.
We had a lengthy discussion about this also at the Community Economic Development Committee and through a few emails on proper procedure. And there are a couple of things he's working on this license. One is the building and the landowner are different people, and he does not have permission from the landowner, so he needs to get that. And also he was at AMCO for his license, there was no motion to approve it. There's simply no motion, so it died. So he is appealing that, and he thinks that by the 10th he should know if he's got that license and also if he's got permission from the property owner. And so we'll bring it up again then.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no further discussion on the motion, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We'll see that before us on September 10th. We now have before us item 11F, resolution number AR 2019-183, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding Alaska House Bill 79, an act that would create a new defined benefit pension option for state and municipal peace officers and firefighters in the Public Employees Retirement System of Alaska with protections for the state against unforeseen future liabilities.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes.
So
we don't have one on the floor, do we?
I would move to postpone.
Hold on, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Weddleton moved to approve and Mr. Constant seconded.
Okay, so there's already a motion on the table. Did you want to add another motion?
Move to postpone this item until August 20th, which will give the Legislative Affairs Committee an opportunity to review, give Mr. Weddleton's amendment an opportunity to be incorporated into a substitute version, which is already drafted but not introduced, just because at the committee meeting or the work session there was a conversation that suggested it should go to that committee.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Did you want to discuss further, Mr. Constant?
I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I talked to the sponsor of this bill, and it does have life, and as you would expect, it will be started the new session in January before it goes forward. And on further review, virtually all the objections I had, which were legitimate issues to raise but have been met by this, the bill is well crafted, and I, as often happens, appreciate Mr. Weddleton, I think, with a good catch here on something that I had never thought of, which is not unusual. Anyways, I want to support both our resolution and the legislation that it's endorsing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson.
Oh, and I signed on as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I got a question, but first, thank you, Mr. Dyson. Our staff and the administration make me look good sometimes, often. So now I had an amendment, but we're postponing this. So I could just not do that at all, and it'll just, I mean, everybody's got it, and it can be brought up at the committee, right?
It will for sure be
Yeah, that's
incorporated, Mr. Chair, into the main document when the S version is introduced, cleaning up the title, cleaning up the body, removing references that were undesirable for some members.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That motion is approved 11-0. We'll see that again on August 20th with a referral to the Legislative Committee. We now have before us item 11G, Information Memorandum Number AIM 95-2019, Memorandum transmitting and in support of Anchorage Port Commission Resolution 90-02, a resolution of the Anchorage Port Commission supporting no Port of Alaska modernization program related terminal tariff adjustments that may cause economic harm to port users or the overall Alaska economy, and expressing the sense of the Commission that funds needed to complete work on the planned petroleum cement terminal should not be raised solely through tariff adjustments. Do we have a motion on the floor, Madam Clerk? There is no motion. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question I maybe should answer, but bottom of the page, section 1 says the Port Commission will not impose on the port users of any of the port improvement things related tariff adjustments. I'm sorry, maybe somebody can tell me, does the Port Commission can they unilaterally deal with the tariffs?
Through the chair, formally no. The Port Commission reviews and opines on all of the proposed tariffs. The Assembly makes the decision.
I think you just said no, they don't have the authority.
That's correct.
And so it says then what the Port Commission says, they will not impose any tariffs. They don't have the authority to. What they probably mean is they won't recommend any.
Yes.
Yeah. So our city manager is particularly equipped to answer this question. Is there any legal way that we can tell a client, the users, that there will not be a tariff change for any specific period of time?
Through the chair, I think we would have to do further research into that. I think we have sent a strong signal here with the current Port Commission and with the current administration and with the current Assembly, I think, on the cusp of potentially signing on to something similar. Formally, I am not sure there is a way for this Assembly to bind future Assemblies not to do that.
Yep. And thank you, and as we'll see in a later discussion here, I think the risk of the imposition of tariffs is a significant concern. When the state was dealing with the gas pipeline issue, there was a legal advice given that said you may be able to do that for the duration of the construction portion of it. And that might be possible under contract law, that, and so on and so forth, which may or may not be possible and give a comfort to the clients or customers there. Thank you. And I would commend some research. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just, Mr. Dyson, through the chair, just one phrase that was left off of what I heard you read was the last phrase of the last section, and that is, and it's hard to read, my eyes are going out, that necessary to complete the work planned solely through tariff adjustments, that they do recognize that there may be some tariff adjustments needed, but the phrase at the end was solely through. So all the parties recognize there may be some need, but it can't be only through tariffs.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I'm not sure who to direct this question to, but I want to just get a sense of, in this memorandum, who establishes economic harm? Who would make that determination?
Through the chair, I suppose I can take a stab at that. This memorandum doesn't control that issue. This is a memorandum from the Port Commission saying that they will not, as Mr. Dyson has corrected, recommend a tariff that they believe will impose economic harm. You'll see that there is a top-filed memorandum from the Assembly which we say we agree. We will also not recommend to the Assembly a tariff that would impose economic harm, which means there are several decision makers. The Port's going to make one call, the administration will make a call, and the Assembly will make the ultimate call. Sure. Here I have said in some work sessions, and will repeat here, that one bedrock core principle is that there is a fundamental alignment that the tariff certainly couldn't be so onerous as to drive the volumes away, because if they drive the volumes away, any debt that we use to build the new facilities, we will not be able to pay debt service on. So there is some irreducible core where economic injury means to the extent that it will drive business away and cause the enterprise itself to suffer financial harm.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other discussion, members may proceed to vote. And that passes 11-0. That concludes our unfinished business. We now have before us appearance requests. There was a last-minute addition, and Mr. Constant, do you want to describe this?
Sure. So this has been an interesting couple of weeks in Anchorage, and for several days there was an encampment on the park strip that has moved to Valley of the Moon Park. And a number of us have spent time in the camp and have participated in witnessing how they're engaging in their conversations. And those of us who have been around have noticed something different about this than any other one that we have seen in the past, or at least for me, that I can speak for myself, that I have seen in the past, and that they're self-organizing, self-policing. And so we are going to invite a person from this group to come down and speak for 3 minutes under the appearance request to tell us a little bit about what they're experiencing.
Good evening. I'm here with, we are occupying to overcome. And some points I want to bring up was we're here today because Anchorage has a serious homeless problem. It takes 2 jobs to afford a 1 or 2-bedroom apartment now. Insufficient treatment in mental health centers. You know, a lot of the people that suffer from them are indigenous. And ironically, Alaska Governor Dunleavy's budget vetoes escalated the need for these supportive services. So these vetoes pit us Alaskans against each other while valuing oil company profits over people. Cuts to social services have real consequences and place the lives of Alaskans at risk by hampering the power of service organizations to provide emergency interventions and address the root causes of chronic homelessness. And ironically, it kind of affects the Alaska Natives a lot too, not just everybody else. Alaskans are problem solvers though. You know, we're old school. We care about our neighbor. We're not going to leave someone out there in the middle of winter and suffering from hypothermia or falling in the ice, or because we don't do that in the village. We take care of each other, even if it costs us a little bit. Because, We love our state. We know we'll no longer let outsiders dictate what belongs to Alaskans. Together we will build a safe, fair, healthy, thriving community Alaskans deserve. And the camp here is to occupy, to overcome. It has not been a camp per se for everyone, but for the most part, people who come to us have found a safer, more hopeful place with each other. It has afforded us a flat, open space for dialogue with our neighbors, a place for providers to reach out to, where housed and unhoused people can work together for change and learn from each other. Everyone in camp is feeling more hopeful about their own recovery while talking with each other about the issues. We need a system cultural change, and that includes affordable housing and affordable jobs. One side note is that while they're camping down there, can we have it okay to turn on the lights down there for their safety? And on the indigenous issue, I've recognized that most of the participants are homeless natives. And when I was down at the park strip, the number of the natives that fall up was, yeah. And those are the guys you guys miss when you do the time count, the point in time count, because they won't go places. They'll hide out, and they're so traumatized by society that, there's a guy that I wrote a story for. I write for the Anchorage Press sometimes under Natives for Sobriety, and I did a story on this guy that was homeless for 15 years, and he was drinking hand sanitizer. And now he's got an apartment, and he's cut down his drinking from 2 bottles a day to like twice a week. And he's in transition.
Sir, your time is up, but...
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hope I made my point.
Thank you for your testimony. And actually, could you state your name, sir, for the record really quick? I don't think we got that.
Hank Wentz, and I have a Natives for Sobriety talking circle upstairs on Wednesday, and I write for the Anchorage Press.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and take our 20-minute dinner break, and when we come back, we'll be at item 14A. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting back into order. If members can please take their seats. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to change the order of the day to take up item 14K before 14G.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is time sensitive, and we have Ms. Honest with us to address any issues and questions.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote to change the order of the day. All right, that's approved 9-0. So we'll go ahead and start with 14A. So we now have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2019-220, a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 302. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
That's quick.
That item passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2019-229, a resolution appropriating $408,750 of wetlands mitigation credits revenue as a contribution to the Heritage Land Bank Division Operating Fund and appropriating said contribution to the HLB Capital Improvement Project Fund.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2019-238, a resolution adopting the 2019 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, which constitutes application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnership Program, and the Emergency Solutions Grant. This resolution appropriates the 2019 annual entitlement grants from HUD in the amount not to exceed $1,720,154 in CDBG entitlement, $663,207 in home entitlement, $115,000 in home program income, and $146,461 in ESG entitlement.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Someone asked a question of me earlier this evening if this money was in response to any challenges that are coming up. And no, these funds are long programmed and they take months and months and months of public outreach. And there are questions that circulate around what priorities we apply these funds to. But at this time, there's certainly no question that this is an important priority.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2019-86, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing and providing for the issuance of general obligation refunding bonds of the municipality to provide funds required to refund certain outstanding general obligation bonds of the municipality. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2019-92, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing and providing for the issuance of not to exceed $41 million in aggregate principal amount of general obligation school bonds of the municipality for the purpose of financing the cost of education capital improvements. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of a general question, I guess, in terms of the bond indebtedness reimbursement. And I was just wondering if we're calculating all of this at this point in terms of thinking that we won't have any bonded indebtedness, because I know in some cases it was referring to the idea that the legislation would provide 70 to 60% debt reimbursement on some of these older bonds, you know, the 2013, 2014 ones. So I guess I'm just looking for some information about really what this means to the taxpayer as we actually sell these. I recognize they've been approved, and probably not really even asking a great question. But like I said, I'm kind of looking at how is this really impacting the taxpayer at this point if we're selling old parts of old bonds that are not any longer getting 60 or 70% match. Because these are, in some of these cases, this is money left over from some of the previously used portions of these bonds.
Through the chair, I can get you a specific answer. In general, we are issuing bonds kind of at the rate that we are redeeming bonds, and I don't believe that there's been reimbursement for several years from the state of Alaska. So these issues are only in the last couple of years, so I believe the answer is it's going to be neutral, but I will get the exact figure for you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it's possible that it could be neutral. I guess because really what I'm looking at are those last 3 years, the 2013, 14, 15 bonds, where we would have back then had reimbursement for them, but if we're selling portions of what's left of those bonds, we will not be getting that reimbursement for those older years. Is that your understanding as well?
I will find out exactly what the trade-off is.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2019-93, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing and providing for the issuance of not to exceed $37 million in aggregate principal amount of general obligation general purpose bonds of the municipality for the purpose of financing the costs of road and drainage improvements, renovating, replacing, and renewing park facilities, public safety and transportation improvements, police and fire improvements, and related capital improvements projects in the municipality. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14K, resolution number AR 2019-240, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting that conditions be imposed by the State Alcoholic Beverage Control Board on a beverage dispensary liquor license number 4353 for the transfer of ownership from Latin Connection Entertainment LLC DBA Playhouse.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Yes, hi. Ken Fuller, Anchorage, Alaska. I'm obviously the one that could be transferred to. Two slight record corrections I'd like to make is in the first page, the fourth paragraph. I was never in any ownership with Blondies. I was strictly a secured party in the promissory note on the license and the UCC filing on equipment, furniture and fixtures. Excuse me. And also on D, where it refers to, it was found that Mr. Fuller had been involved with Mr. Ortiz at the Playhouse since 2003. I was strictly a lien holder on the license and furniture and fixtures, never involved in any of the operations, period, ever. Okay, and I appreciate this chance to answer any of your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any clarifying or informational questions at this time?
Yeah.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. So looking at the pages where you made suggested corrections, can you point to the exact page, exact line so that...
On the resolution, the fourth paragraph down, whereas...
On the left, there's a line and a number.
Oh, 24, excuse me.
Page 1, line 24.
Line 24 and 25.
And 25. And that's the first one.
Correct. And the second correction is page 3, line 15 and 16. I think it reflects it in the actual history. It's just somehow it got transposed in the translation.
Okay, so then, as lien holder, did you enter into contracted relationships with the operator?
For him to purchase the license, yes.
And for you to hold some interest in it?
Correct.
So couldn't it be construed to suggest that you had some involvement with Mr. Ortiz?
I had, I guess, a limited involvement in terms of he owed me and I had a security interest.
Right.
Actually, the landlord had more of a operational contribution to Mr. Ortiz. He let him go over a year without paying rent.
And that was J.W. Wong?
Yeah, Wong Operations, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. So if I get it right, so you're saying you've never had ownership of Blondies? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I sold it to Ann Shepard, who operated Blondies for years. Then when the cruise ships didn't start bringing their passengers anymore, she had to move farther south, and she didn't want the license anymore, so then I sold it to Mr. Ortiz.
Okay, so I have something that's, it says Alcohol Beverage Control Board, December 15th, 2003, and just rolling down, it's license type beverage dispensary, DBA Blondies Bar and Grill, licensee applicant Kenneth Fuller. And reading down, it says note members, officers, directors, shareholders, Kenneth J. Fuller, owner 100%. DBA Blondies, current license Blondies.
Yeah, I don't know how that ever got designated in that direction. My attorney can attest to that. It's never been any part or shape of that.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm John Culver, Mr. Fuller's attorney. May I just clarify for Mr. Weddleton?
Sure, and actually, so since we're in the public testimony part of this, if you can go ahead, just give your public testimony.
Yeah, what I have to say, just to clarify, I believe what happened was when there was a transfer of that license, it was Mr. Fuller acting in his capacity as secured creditor that probably signed the application for transfer for Ms. Shepard, who owned Blondies, back to Mr. Fuller because she didn't pay him either. That was a secured transaction also. So that's perhaps why it shows up in those old records. But Mr. Fuller hasn't owned this license for many, many years, actually. This is actually the old Monkey Wharf license. If any of you are my age and remember the Monkey Wharf. In any case, Mr. Fuller's never had any active involvement in either Blondies or certainly in Mr. Ortiz's club in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions, Mr. Weddleton? And we can get into this more in debate.
Yeah,
if you'd
I
like.
think we should wait, I guess.
Yeah. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. And, you know, I actually am fine supporting this transfer. We'll have that conversation when the public hearing's closed. But I had a pretty in-depth conversation with our friends at APD. And it was their perspective communicated to me that there was one operation on this license in the modern era, which was Blondie's, that went really well. And then there were 2 operations under this license that didn't go well at all. And to the people who spoke with me, the common denominator in the end was that the license kept coming back to you. And so the concern that was expressed to me is, why is it going to be, or how is it going to be any different the next time this license is placed by you into the hands of another operator?
Right. Well, I'm a little too easy, obviously, because when we had the upset in the economy back in '04. Hector kind of got out of sort, and Hector bought in when Blondie's moved. Then in '08, Hector had a problem, and he brought in some other guys and to help him out, and that just went further wrong. But I didn't have the leverage as other than his payment to correct any of his activities. Like I say, the landlord more than anything cooperated with inappropriate activities than myself. I've never operated where I had any NOVs in my past.
And so the question,
is that it has to be a shorter and a tighter agreement, and if we can write in if there is any default or defective operations, then we can pull that plug quicker.
So it would be, what I heard you say is that on future licenses, you can tighten up the transaction with the potential owner of that license by giving them terms that would give you the right to reclaim the license if there are violations or other.
Yes, that's what my attorney just said, yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Honest to walk us through some of the findings and facts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to go through how the AR is set up with the bodies, kind of a reminder to show you guys what you've seen previously, but just remind you what the process is going to be for you. So item 14K is set up similarly to ones you've seen before. Section 1 in your packets AR, it's page 2 of 5, section 2 beginning at line 21. This is the criteria that the Assembly has to review liquor license applications. The subsequent check boxes are the detailed criteria, and the Assembly is to review the license application in terms of these criteria. So the first one is the concentration in land use. There's training, which regards the TAM card. Onto page 3 of 5, there's the operations procedures. The next one is the public safety. And one of the things that Mr. Fuller noted on this, beginning at line 15, there's a note that some of the review of the license history, Mr. Fuller has been involved with this location and Mr. Ortiz since 2003. In your packet, you can see it's going to be page 520. So the clerk's office went through the license folder and just kind of outlined the history of the license for the Assembly's review. And what Mr. Fuller referenced in the middle of the page, of page 520, it shows the connection, Latin Connection Entertainment, and Mr. Fuller entering, as he said, the assignment for security purposes and power of attorney. And that was in 2003. And then subsequently, in 2004, there was the transfer of the license from Blondie's to Mr. Fuller. And then in the same agenda, there was another transfer from Mr. Fuller to Club Soraya, which later became Playhouse. And so I also have AM 5-2004 as amended, and that's page 513 in your packets. And that's that AM that shows that transfer. The second paragraph from the bottom shows that the license to Latin Connection Entertainment, DBA Club Soraya, is also on this agenda, so that just shows that there was those subsequent transfers. Back onto the AR, page 3 of 5, line 18 is the payment of taxes and debts. Line 24, notice of possible protest. Line 36, security for payment of debts and taxes. And then on to the next page, 4 of 5, line 15 is public health. And so you'll see some bullets in bold here that come from the Alcohol Beverage Control Board meeting. The packet that they had, there were protests on the transfer of the license. And so the first one you see is the Department of Labor Workforce Development protested the transfer of the license due to outstanding civil penalty. In your packets, that's going to be on page 550. And so this is the protest that the state received. And it was from, like I said, Workforce and Development. Their reasoning was employer has outstanding civil penalty. The second one listed is also from the state. It's the Department of Revenue, Department of Labor, Employment Security, and Workers' Compensation. And this one, the reason cited was it's under review due to existing civil case. And so we listed those as part of the review. And then one of the third item is future transfer of license number 4353 will be reviewed based on the history of prior operations and the location of this operation, or location of the operation. And so this is kind of part of the discussion that it sounded like was earlier. The Assembly reviews the history, and this is just kind of highlighting the fact that the Assembly, when a transfer comes to them, potentially in the future for operations, they will get to review that as well, and use any of the facts and findings, any of the history for any potential future transfers. And then on to page 5 of 5, line 1 is A, and it's additional potential conditions that the Assembly may check. So these are conditions that, based off of the review and based off of history and based off of comments from different departments or community council members, we've added these for the Assembly to check if they find applicable. The first one, Latin Connection Entertainment LLC, Hector Ortiz, and all associated licensees, affiliates, owners, and employees may not be involved in any way with the operation or ownership of liquor license 4353 or any business associated with this liquor license. And so for this, if you look in your packets, it's going to be on page 507. And this is in regards to the Anchorage Police Department's comments in the renewal application protest. And so concerns based on the prior operation with the police department caused this one to be here, as well as comments from the community council on the record at the Alcohol Beverage Control Board meeting regarding the transfer. They voiced concerns about the renewal with the ownership and the operation and the public safety concerns. So this one has been listed out of the review of those comments from both departments and the community council. The next one, license 4353, cannot be transferred back to 333 West 4th Avenue. And this ties back into the community council's concerns with the type of business that was there, the concerns for the public safety of that specific location and the history of it. The third one is license 4353 cannot be operated by Kenneth Fuller since it is a no premises transfer without a new application to transfer the license to a premises. And this one is already, it's already a process for the no premises licenses. They are non-operational licenses. This is just highlighting that it won't be operated until another transfer application is submitted to the state to put it at a premises. And at that time, once a deemed complete application is submitted by the state office to the clerk's office, the assembly would see the transfer to an operational license and have the opportunity to review potential new owners, potential new business, and location. And that's just standard procedure anyways, but we listed it in there to highlight that. And then the fourth one, certification from the Anchorage Fire Department must be received prior to the protest of the renewal being lifted. So if your packets, page 502, is the protest for the renewal of the liquor license. And one of the items that was submitted at the assembly meeting was a list of fire violations, and this is page 512 in your packets. In order for the transfer, the renewal protest must be lifted, and in order for the protest to be lifted, the fire certification must be received. So it's kind of a process of before a transfer of the license can happen, the renewal has to happen because it's a renewal for the 1920 licensing period. So right now, if the assembly decides to waive their right to protest or allow the transfer to go through however they desire, the renewal would also have to have a lift of protest, and one of those conditions would be the fire certification.
Thank you, Ms. Honest. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mandy. So I don't see in here the vehicle or the method to lift then the protest that was on the renewal. Did I miss that, or do we need to do that? Because we actually protested that renewal, and so what I just heard you say, which is kind of novel, is that we have to allow the renewal to go through to allow the transfer. So what vehicle do we have to lift the protest to the transfer in here?
So currently, the way the AR is written, section 4 says the
Which
Anchorage
page?
Assembly
5 of 5.
Page 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's on page 5 of 4 for the AR, section 4, line 15.
Okay, I see that. So that's the referral back to the previous license. Okay. I'll come back with questions in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. So looking at section 3 and the list of checkboxes. Now, if it's a no premises license, what is the Anchorage Fire Department checking?
Through the chair, because this is tied to the renewal of the license, the renewal is tied to a premises, and there are existing fire issues with the renewal. And as part of the AR that the Assembly passed for the protest of the renewal, it listed the fire violations. So how the protests work with all of the other liquor license applications is any of those unresolved issues must be resolved prior to lifting of a protest.
So since, excuse me, that regards a renewal, would that be better down in section 4 as a condition? So we can, you change that to conditionally lifts its protest, and this would be a condition.
Through the chair, the way it's written currently is that it would be conditionally lifting the protest of the renewal provided that any conditions listed in section 2 are met, and or if any conditions are checked in section 3, those are added to the license. And so both of those sections would be combined as part of the conditions on the transfer.
Follow up one more.
Sure.
So, okay, so the renewal is for, what's the address of the location?
That is the 333 West 4th Avenue.
Okay, so if it's, so if they renew it, which they would need to do first, it would be for that address, but they're not, we're saying don't renew it until you meet these conditions, but one of these conditions is that it can't be at 333 West 4th.
For the transfer. The transfer of the license cannot be back to that location.
I'm getting an infinite loop here, but I'll ponder. Thanks.
Thank you. And before I get to you, Mr. Constant, could you describe these amendments, please?
So you will see a couple of proposed amendments before you for 14K. They were just recently handed out. The first one is to restate the conditions checked under Section 2A, which must be remediated prior to lifting the protest of the transfer of the license. So on page 4 of 5, Section 4, beginning at line 37, this is to add in any of the check boxes that the Assembly checks in their facts and findings. So this one would be to amend AR 2019-240 to add those facts and findings under Section B.
Can I have a point of order on that?
And so...
yes, Mr. Weddleton.
So this says AR Section 4. I think that should say 2.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Yes, you are correct. Section 2. So yes, page 4 of 5, and it would be B of Section 2. And that's line 33. So it looks like it changed from... We can fix that. And then the second proposed amendment is to remove Section 4 regarding conditionally rescinding previous action on the renewal application. This will leave the protest to the license renewal in place as determined by the Assembly in AR 2019-183 as amended. And so this proposed AR would be, should the Assembly decide through their hearing and through their review of all of the information that they do not want to allow the transfer and they want the protest of the renewal to stand.
Thank you, Ms. Honest. Mr. Constant.
So back to the infinite loop. My question on this topic is if they no longer have access to 333, they no longer have, in fact, they may never have had title to a lease in that property. And so if there are functional requirements that must be met, that's kind of an absurdity, right? It can't be achieved because they would have to gain access to some third party's property they never had title to and make some change to that property. And so are we actually setting up a condition where the fire department's going to tell them to do some action that they can't legally do, or is the fire department empowered in some way to waive the requirements that might have come under and determine that that item has been met? If it's a fine, pay it, but if they can't gain title to the property, that's an absurd requirement, right?
That is a good question.
Okay, so that's one question to contemplate. And then, so I'm kind of confused to the process of checking the box under Section 2 that would, in our exercise of our power, protest the issue of the license because of, upon review, it's been found that Mr. Fuller has been involved, and because there are these state charges and also based on the history of the operations. Aren't those items better under a section that says, if we choose to, of course, allow the transfer to happen, but we want these conditions to be added, right? That we find, we're okay with the transfer, but we do find that they had some engagement, and future licensees will be reviewed based on prior history. That seems like that should come forward with the license, right? But not block the license if that's what we choose to do. So it seems to me the form is a little bit also not reflecting at least what I'm hoping to do. So then if what I hope to do prevails is to move those under conditions, how would I amend that to make it so?
Through the chair, so B on page 4 of 5, line 33, conditionally protests the transfer of the liquor license if any are listed. So this would be one of the sections that the Assembly would have an amendment for, and this was the proposed floor amendment 1. So if any are listed there, then that would conditionally protest the transfer of the license pending resolution of those issues. For Section 3A, this is items that the Assembly finds relevant and would request that they be added to the license.
Right, and so and I'm hopeful my peers will decide to allow the transfer because this is a piece of property and we'll have a debate about that. But if we protest based on public health and we protest, I guess, the 2 public healths, that's kind of weird. So that's another mistake. Then we're protesting, right? And so shouldn't they be under that Section 3 there? Those conditions in particular that we find that Mr. Fuller had been involved with Mr. Ortiz, just so that's part of the record, and also that the transfer will be reviewed based on the history. All future transfers would be reviewed. So wouldn't those go naturally under 3 if we decided we wanted to allow the transfer?
That's certainly something that an amendment could be made.
Okay. And then I'll get out of the queue in a minute so other people can talk, but I'm curious why we would use the state findings for our refusal to transfer the license when the state has the opportunity to do that with their findings.
Through the chairs, the municipality does have concerns of their citizens for public safety, for the well-being of their citizens, and so part of the review of this was if workers' compensation is not being provided, it's a safety hazard to the employees.
But isn't it the fact, though, that that was Mr. Ortiz and his operation, not this transferee?
Through the chair, similarly to the municipality, when there is a transfer of a license, any taxes, fees, or fines are levied in a transfer. And so with the state, that's my understanding as well. So all of the opportunity for these individuals to protest had to be on the transfer.
Okay, I may come back, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And getting to one of Mr. Constant's questions regarding page 5 of 5, the list and the checkbox for the certification from the fire department, who will pay to correct those fire violations?
Through the chair, the renewal applications are for the current owner and that location. I do not know that we have a say over who pays for them. The clerk's office just verifies that we've received certification from the department that has deficiencies.
So if we don't check that box or if we delete from the resolution, who would be responsible then for dealing with those fire violations and paying for them?
I believe that if another applicant decided to transfer a liquor license to that location, as part of the review process, fire would go in and look at that location, and if they found the same violations, it would be the responsibility of the new owner.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
So we have on page 549 a note saying don't transfer it from, appears to be the landlord, for $150,000. Would he have some kind of lien on this? And so if it's transferred now, does he lose? He wants to collect his rent, and maybe he'd sue. And I mean, where does this license fit in that?
Through the chair, my understanding is the state has similar requirements where any of these need to be resolved before they would. So they've they delegated to Erica McConnell, the director, and so she would verify that any deficiencies were met before she was able to issue the license. And so my understanding is all of these issues would have to be resolved with the state before the state would issue the license as well.
So even a civil matter, he just hasn't paid his rent? They have to take care of that?
I do not know the answer to that. I don't know how behind the scenes it would work.
Does someone know this? I mean, is it one of our attorneys? I mean, are we taking away, there's a landlord there who's owed a huge amount of money, and if this is transferred, does he lose his ability to sue and get this license and sell it to cover his losses?
Did you want to respond, Mr. Gates? Or
Chair,
Mr.
this
Sherwood?
is Todd Sherwood, Assistant Municipal Attorney. Mr. Weddleton, could you repeat that? I didn't get everything you said. I think I got the gist of it. But
Sorry, I'm thinking as I'm talking, and it's making a mess of things. On page 549, a person who appears to be the landlord of where the bar is said they haven't paid their rent. They owe him $154,000. So he doesn't want the transfer. And I just want to know, I mean, so if it's transferred, does he have any kind of legal claim to this license to cover his, could he sue and get the license and sell it to cover his losses?
I don't know the answer to that question, whether he has a legal claim to the license. I would just note that I think this particular thing is a state problem for the state ABC board to consider. You know, they've filed it before the board, and of course the board, in some degree, regardless of what the assembly does, the board can choose to do what it's going to choose to do, and this person has made that objection to the board. So my advice would be that particular one, let the board, ABC board, deal with that.
Okay, that makes it easy. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In page 505, which is actually page 493, we actually, as the Assembly, get to choose which one of these boxes we're going to check. And so if we don't check the box about the fire department, then that problem goes away. And so if the property at 333 West 4th is leased to someone else and they decide they want to put some sort of a bar or a restaurant there that has a liquor license, and it'll be up to them to make the improvements to pass that inspection.
Correct, Mr. Peterson. It wouldn't necessarily go away, but it would, the obligation would be transferred to someone else.
That's correct.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why do we have, I'm a little confused on the process here. So we have the renewal before us, and I understand it needs to be renewed before it can be transferred, but we don't have any representation from the folks who are renewing it. I mean, it's like a non-entity is here trying to renew this license, and that seems to be where we're getting caught up, is all the conditions with regard to the renewal. So can you maybe provide me some clarifying information?
Sure. Through the chair. So the renewal application was before the Assembly in April. And so that is in your packet, page 503. And so this was the renewal that was by the previous operator and was given public hearing, and the Assembly protested the renewal based off of their facts and findings. So that's not before you right now. It's a weird tie-in because the license does have to be renewed before it is transferred. So it would have to have a lift of protest. But as I said, AR 2019-138 as amended, part of the addition that the Assembly approved was on page 506, line 9, that was an other, that was certification from the Anchorage Fire Department has not been received due to inability to conduct inspection and other issues outlined in attached comments from the Fire Department. And those comments are on page 512. And currently, the clerk's office has not received any notification from the fire department of any updates. So the dilemma is the conditions listed in the renewal protest would have to be resolved before the renewal protest could be lifted, and therefore the transfer could happen.
Thank you, that helps. Is it possible to lift the condition just by indicating kind of the oddness of the situation and just lifting the condition? I'm just saying it's lifted because, I mean, I see this quandary of trying to maybe go and inspect a premises that nobody has any control over. We may not have someone who's cooperative. Because it seems like we've created, in some ways, this fiction of this thing having to happen, which really doesn't bear on the transfer of the license. Because we said, in fact, you can't be there if we check that box.
Through the chair, so it would be that license couldn't be transferred back. So in a weird way, the license is still physically located at that facility because it hasn't been renewed yet. It's in limbo. So at this moment, it is a pending liquor license renewal for 333 West 4th. And how all of the renewals go, any conditions listed on a protest have to be resolved before the protest can be lifted. And so I don't know if I know the answer to that. I mean, that's, it is a weird situation. I would say that it's standard. Any renewal application that has deficiencies, they have to correct any issues.
Anything further, Ms. Salatel?
On the issue of the renewal, I mean, can I ask the applicant what efforts he's made to work with the renewal applicant to get this condition resolved?
So I was going to allow the applicant to respond.
Or, because we don't have anything in our packet.
Oh, for the renewal? Right. That's right. So, yeah, for the renewal, we can't actually discuss that here because that would be ex parte communication, since that's before the ABC. Which, yes, binds us a little bit, doesn't it?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Constant.
I think I may know at least the next step through this quandary. And so I'm going to move an amendment right now. And it's going to be based on amendment number 1, which is the one that has the 2 dots and the lines. And so for Part B there, based on the evidence and information provided, hereby conditionally protest the transfer of the license. And I'm going to move to, on page 4, lines 29 and 30, move them to line 37. And then on page 5, I'm going to move to check boxes 4, 8, and 9. So what we'll do is move the condition that the future transfer of license 4353 will be reviewed based on the history of prior operations and the location of the operation. Under, we conditionally protest until the following condition is met. Or I guess that's not the right place either, isn't it? So then it goes under, it actually, I would change my motion that lines 29 and 30 of page 4 get moved to line 13 of page 5. And that we check the boxes at line 4, 8, 9, and 13. And there's going to be one more step in this process, but if we can get that part clarified and up in print so that people can see it, if there's a second.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Did you want to discuss further, Mr. Constant?
It just would effectively, I think the key term in the findings there is that for future applications of this transfer of this license, that we want to have all the records of the previous transfer available and part of the record so that if in the next case when this comes around, if it goes to a bad license operator, then we have this before us and we know next time not to do this. But Mr. Gates has his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Gates? Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to the ex parte comment. You can't ask the applicant questions here. Ex parte means you can't have one-on-one conversation off the record with the applicant, but you have the full assembly here on the record in an open meeting. You can communicate with the applicant. Also, you can't communicate with the ABC board members without the applicant and the assembly present. So there's no ex parte prohibition on you asking the applicant questions right now. And I've consulted with the Assistant Municipal Attorney Sherwood about that as well.
Mr. Chair, to bring it back, could we take a break, work this out on paper? I could draft an amendment, take less than 5 minutes, and we could bring it forward in written form.
Sure, let's do that. Thank you. We'll be taking a 5-minute break. All right, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I would make a motion to amend, and that motion to amend will be put up on the board so I can walk everyone through it. And Ms. Kennedy had made a second, but I just want, before you say second, you want to see it, so it's kind of a new amendment. So if you go up from there just a little bit, you'll see that we, even further up, I think, we are not going to select, if in this motion, we don't select any of the boxes in section 2. So then we go to section 3. And the boxes that are checked are up there, Latin Connection and all associates may not be involved. Then the box on line 3 is, with Mr. Weddleton's proposed slight change, license number cannot be operated at 333 West 4th Avenue. Then license cannot be operated by Mr. Fuller with no premises. It must be transferred to a new premises, which will require all certifications to be gone through at the time for that new licensed facility. And then future transfers of license number 4353 will be reviewed based on the history of prior operations. And then what we're asking for in section 4 is that we lift the protest from the previous license renewal set forth in AR 2019-138 as amended, provided that the conditions checked in section 3 are added to the transferred license. So what that does is all those boxes checked must be added to the transferred license in order for us to approve it. And what that does is it puts the onus of the corrections to the location on the previous operator who may be indebted to the property owner who he had a contract with. The property owner can make a claim in the Superior Court for some kind of being made whole on this, but the burden of fixing the property will also be on any new licensee in that location instead of on this transferee. So I think it's a fair and comprehensive way to weave our way through this process, and I would ask your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy, are you still agreeing to second this? Yes. Okay. Before I go to you, Mr. Weddleton, I want to go to the Mr. Fuller and see if he has any comment on this amendment as presented to us.
Yeah, I think it addresses the problems, and appreciate all the effort you guys have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, actually, to compliment Assemblyman Constant, this looks, and staff, it looks good and very clever. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. High praise. Would anyone else like to comment on this amendment? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote? Oh, okay. And that passes 11-0. Do we have any other amendments or discussion? Mr. Constant.
Yep, I think to the main motion, Mr. Fuller, I'm hopeful that the next time this license is placed, it does good for the community and not harm in the community. And I could go through a long list of all the harms done by this license to the community. And so it's a trust we're putting in you that this will not be repeated. And to the community council, as you see, what we did was figured out a way that this will no longer go into that location, and we will ensure that if it is placed again, it has to go through every review criteria. And in fact, the records of this license will be transferred forward. And to the police chief, who I had a number of conversations with about this, you can credit him at this time for lifting his argument, which was there's been a long history of problems with this, that we shouldn't certify this going forward. But he had a change of heart when he looked closely and decided there wasn't quite enough evidence. But next time there will be. So let's not go there again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. It's all good. We're voting. Yep. You're good. And that passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14G, ordinance number AO 2019-89, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 2.70.020 to modify and streamline the process for appointments to fill a vacancy on the Assembly. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Matsu Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. First, I'd like to go on page 434, number 2. It says basically 30 days to 6 months before the next regular election. A situation is that if the word is may, you don't have to appoint someone and you don't have to call for an election. And what are we talking about? 6 months. Now, the election is generally, April, or unless it's been moved to November. Look at those months and look at the situation of what's before the Assembly, and there's no one representing that area. Can the public afford to have a situation when there's an empty seat for such a long time? I'm concerned about that. That area needs to have representation, and it shouldn't have that long window of empty seat. Now, the other thing is, I would appreciate the chair listening to me instead of talking to the clerk on such an important issue as the election. Now, there's an issue about public notice, and as far as getting the word out, as far as selecting people, calling for a special meeting, and it doesn't have clarity as far as it's giving the responsibility to the clerk in such a way. And in all fairness, it needs to be really precise and written in code and not just leave it to the clerk. Another thing is like application to be filed. You should codify an application and not have the clerk fill it out. And then we have a question about was that appropriate question or whatever to have in that application. We have that calling into a Supreme Court or whatever with a census, remind you, on a question. So bring out that scenario here. That application for an applicant, you need to have a situation where it codifies that application and have a public hearing. And then lastly is this. When you call for interview process, and I want just, with all due respect here, I witnessed meetings and interview process, and I saw a situation of a question that was directed to the candidates. That question was that are you going to run for an election if you get appointed? And then encourages them to say no and discourages them to run. And that happened during the candidacy appointment for Gretchen. That's totally wrong. It's totally, the people have a right to run for election and shouldn't be handicapped by that situation, and we need to stop that and put it in code. That question is not asked. Now, in summation, to the last part of the questions, and just closure here. Interview process should be open, yes, but do it in this way. You have the candidate up before you, and you have the rest in the back door, and you ask all of them
Your time is
the
up.
same questions. And I encourage you to ask me questions. Anybody?
There appear to be no questions. Thank you.
What do I expect? Continued prejudice. You really don't want to change the situation.
Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to September 10th's regular meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes, thank you. So I've been working with the clerk on this for several months, and just recently Mr. Weddleton brought forward some information about ranked choice voting, and we had a presentation at a work session on Friday, and he and I want to explore that further, and we might bring back an S version that incorporates that if we think that makes sense. So we'd like a little time to work on it.
And it's my understanding that this is also going to be referred to the Ethics and Elections Committee?
Yes, thank you,
Great.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say we were going to discuss this on our agenda for tomorrow's meeting. So anyone who would like to be involved in that discussion, noon, room 240, City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, thanks. I support the delay, but I also had a question in regards to Mr. Haberman's point. I think on this section A, 1, 2, 3, 4, doesn't this simply reiterate what's already in the charter?
Correct. This
So
is
it
per
doesn't
charter.
add or change anything. This is what we've been functioning under as a city for 40 years or whatever.
Correct. And I believe it was stated at the work session that there, aside from this ordinance, there are proposed changes to the charter that are being considered to modify this.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep. All right, any other comments on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, let's vote. That passes 11-0. We'll see this back before us on September 10th with the referral to the Ethics and Elections Committee. We now have before us item 14H, ordinance number AO 2019-90, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending certain sections of Anchorage Municipal Code Title 14 to increase the minimum legal age to purchase tobacco products to 21. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? And I think we might have multiple folks here to testify. If we could either line up or just sit close to the front, please. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Julie Haskett, and I'm here before you tonight as the chair of the leadership board for the American Lung Association of Alaska. We are a group of volunteers who are tied to the mission of the Lung Association for various reasons, and I'm here to tell you that the Lung Association is 100% in favor of this Tobacco 21. My personal mission story is my mom died 18 years ago from lung cancer, and she had started smoking as a teenager. And I think one of the most compelling statistics in my sheet of statistics that Lung Association gave me is that 95% of adult smokers start before the age of 21. So if we can take this step to save some lives and to keep teens from getting addicted to smoking before they turn 21, I think it's definitely the right thing to do. There's many cities, as you know, across the country have already done this, such as Boston, San Francisco, New York City, and I just think this is a great step for Anchorage to take to protect our youth. The mission of the Lung Association, I'm just going to read it to you, is save lives by improving lung health. We'll do that. And prevent lung disease through education, advocacy, and research. We'll absolutely do that if you pass this. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Steve Taylor, and I'm also here in support of raising the tobacco age from 18 to 21. I have a 9-year-old niece growing up here in Anchorage. And I want to see her afforded every tool that she has to not get caught up in smoking cigarettes and ending up with diseases like I've had all my life, such as cancer, asthma, the list can go on. One of the big things for me that I remember growing up is being in high school, and a lot of kids turn 18 while they're still in high school, which means they have legal access to cigarettes, which means their peers have illegal access to the cigarettes, but access to those kids who are 18, and that creates an avenue for them to get cigarettes and start smoking early. So I think this bill will help prevent kids starting at a younger age when they're more susceptible to the side effects of cigarette smoke. And on a side note, one of the other things too is that the less kids you have smoking, the less burden you have on the health system, which we all know needs help also. So again, I appreciate the support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Janice Park, and I'm here to speak in favor of the revision to the ordinance. My father was a heavy smoker. Excuse me. He started smoking in rural Missouri when he was 14 years old. He signed up for the Marine Corps when he was 17, and he was deployed to Korea and China. Part of the packet that he was given as part of the K rations included cigarettes, Lucky Strikes. He smoked cigarettes after he got out. When I was small and my brothers were small, he would get in the car. We would sit in the back seat. The first thing he would do is turn on the air conditioning and light a cigarette. Two of my younger brothers started smoking, and both of them have had serious health repercussions with heart disease and lung problems. I decided to go to nursing school, where I did surgical nursing and have been able to see the effects of smoking firsthand. I have helped to remove a diseased lung that is completely black from smoke and hard from cancer. I've seen surgeons put their hands deep in the mouths of people, removing tissue that has become cancerous from oral tobacco products, skull and products like that. University of California earlier this year did a study that showed if 1% of California Medicaid recipients could stop smoking, it would reduce the burden on Medicaid by $2.5 billion. And granted, they have a much larger population than we have, but across the board, 14% of Americans smoke, but 25% of Medicaid recipients smoke. So in view of that, reducing the number of total smokers, and especially with younger people who will smoke longer and have more consequences throughout their lives, this is something that is beneficial for the community at large. And I would also mention that with our Medicaid deficit that we're going to have, that it's going to fall to property owners to have increased property taxes and help fill in that gap, so that reducing the age of smoking would have multiple benefits across the board. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Good evening, Chair Rivera, members of the Assembly. My name is Emily Neenan. I'm the Alaska Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I am very happy to be before you tonight. As you're considering this issue, the body has put a tremendous amount of thought holding open work sessions, holding sessions before the Health Policy Committee, and further discussion to really get to a solid place. Thank you for your time and attention. There are a lot of problems we're facing in this city, and some people may even say, what's this? What's so important about this? This piece is about the fact that tobacco use is still the leading cause of preventable death in Alaska. Tobacco use is responsible for 1/3 of all cancer deaths, and cancer is the leading cause of death in Alaska. This is about the work that we're doing as a community to help kids from ever starting to use tobacco products, saving them from lifetimes of the disease that comes along with that. A couple other facts I'll throw at you. There's a lot of information in the memorandum, thanks to the folks that worked on that. One of the things that's in there, mentioned in there, is that tobacco use costs in the state of Alaska total over $839 million annually. That's from healthcare related costs and from lost productivity due to premature death. I, like many of you, all of you, I'm sure, have seen people you know and love struggle with tobacco addiction over the years, and if we can help get our kids off to the right start, we'll be really doing a service for this state. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or as you continue to discuss this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you want to be put on the spot by this, but I am curious about a testimony or an email that some of us got today, and maybe you're familiar with it already, but from somebody named Jenny Chadwick, who apparently is the Western Regional Director of the Tobacco 21 program, and she said that there were issues with this policy that they wanted to see addressed before we passed it, that we would either make some amendments or would postpone. Are you familiar with exactly what those concerns were about this particular policy?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, yes, I am familiar. I've seen that letter. Ms. Chadwick gave me a copy as well. I've been talking with her over the last few weeks about this issue. The ordinance that you have before you reflects almost all the elements of a model ordinance. It does not create and replicate some of the compliance check programs that are done at the state level. We have partnered, the Assembly has talked to the state compliance check program about how that vendor education will be done here in Anchorage. Nice that we're sort of second because we've already had a chance to work some of the kinks out in a smaller community in Sitka in terms of the state doing education with vendors on what the new law is, actually educating on the city law. I'll also mention that Natasha Panetta from the Health Department also has a lot more information. She's done some research into exactly how we can make this work for our community in a way that doesn't duplicate the efforts unnecessarily that the state has done. Just to sum up, the statements about the need for a robust enforcement and compliance check program are absolutely true, and it's my feeling that we have struck a good balance in the way we have uniquely achieved that in the partnership between the municipality and the state.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Are we approving the S version?
Yes, move to approve the S version.
Thank you.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say a big thank you to Mr. Trainee, who really got this going, and this was his idea, and we're really thankful that you brought this forward. And then thank Emily. About 350 cities and states across the country have been following the Tobacco 21 model policy, and we've worked for months with her and with many of you on the body to get there. So there are many, many reasons to work on this, and many of our testifiers went through those. So I won't speak much longer, but just urge your support.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I too support this, and I thank everybody for all their work. This was the merger of a couple of different products of effort, and I would add that I have begun initial conversations with council and with some other members of the administration on the initiative to bring the vaping under the tax system that we have, because it's the next hole, and we have basically a loss of about $1 million of revenue that's really well spent here, leaving it on the table so we protect our children. But at the same time, we should go where the kids are going, which is the vape pens for tobacco. And so stay tuned. That's next.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And since Mr. Constant mentioned vaping, vaping is covered in this. And so it's not only cigarettes, you have to be 21, you also have to be 21 to buy vaping products as well. So, and I think that was a good inclusion, because the trend seems to be that the young people are really going for the vaping. At least that's what we've heard from our youth representative when we had one here a couple of months ago. So, yeah, a lot of good work has been done on this, and I lost my father to lung cancer caused by 50 years of smoking. He started during basic training in World War II. So, yeah, I think this is a good ordinance, and I hope we get enough votes to make this unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Constant, I think you just made Mr. Trainee's day with that announcement. I know he's been itching for that to happen. I just want to thank everyone for their hard work on this. I know this was many months in the making and various different versions. frankly, I think this is the right thing to do for our youth. And it's rare that we as a body get a chance to make such a big difference with really such a simple change. The studies show that this could have a decrease of high school aged tobacco use by up to 50%. So I look forward to supporting this and, as Mr. Peterson stated, hopefully having unanimous support. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to second Ms. Quinn Davidson's thanks and comments to Mr. Trainey and to Emily Neenan and also Natasha Pineda in the Health Department for all your hard work. And we met a number of times in committee and I think have a really strong product as a result. And just what has already been said, that there is evidence that this will not only save money, but more importantly, save lives. And also, to further make Mr. Trainey's day, I'd like to report there are multiple conversations about taxing e-cigarettes. So there's probably like 11 AOs pending on that one. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant.
On that note, we have a Rules Committee meeting at the end of the month, and let's bring that up as a topic so we can unify our forces and reduce waste.
Yep, on Friday. Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14I, ordinance number AO 2019-91, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 17, Animals, to add requirements for animal rescue groups and dog shelters.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
I would like
Constant.
to move to continue the public hearing.
To a specific date certain, sir?
Yeah. When do we think we're going to be done with our process? Yeah. So move to continue to September 10th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Just before we do that, I just want to make sure, because I didn't finish. Would anyone like to testify on this before we continue the public hearing? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. So, Mr. Constant, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just that there are some amendments pending and some more conversation to be had between the Animal Care and Control Board and the members of the Assembly who are working on this item. And rather than close the public hearing, let's keep it open because we're going to have another product and people will want a chance to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. You need the second. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you second that?
Sure.
Oh, Mr. Dyson. Okay.
I'll let Mr.
One of the
Dyson
two. Mr. Dyson, did you want to speak to it?
Through the chair, I know that this was developed in close consultation with the Animal Control Board, but I may solicit the assistance of Director Pineda, who can tell us about how veterinarians may or may not have been involved in the drafting process.
I actually don't, this is Natasha Pineda for the record. I don't have a list of the Animal Control Advisory Board members, but I do know that we have multiple scheduled follow-up discussions with the members, and so we can make sure to get that to you. But we do have an advisory board that is made up of, special interest groups, advocates, legal entities. I'm sure there are veterinarians actively involved, so I'm happy to give that to you in the future. Deanne Fetko is listening and was going to send me some information, but I can just send it to you.
Yeah, so don't let me speak for you, but I think your answer said there's the board.
Yep.
And the board represents many stakeholders, and that it was the responsibility of the board and its stakeholders to let people with skin in the game know about it?
Yeah, so they have publicly posted meetings on a regular basis. Those are, open to the public, and they participate in the development of the recommendations.
All right. So, is there a place we can go to get the email addresses of all the veterinarians?
I can find out if they are on our listserv for when we notice those meetings, and also the meetings are on our website. But I can find out specifically if we send an email to all veterinarians, if that's your question.
Yeah, and specifically, I want all the veterinarians to know about this issue and have a chance to weigh in, and I'm glad that this is being delayed for that very reason. And I'm sure there's other interest groups, but that's the one I'm concerned about. And
okay.
Obviously, those people have some expertise to bring to bear. And just the brief stuff I got already said there's a conflict between federal and state law on some of the things that are here having to do with wolf-dog hybrids, and so on. So I want to close the loop on that and make sure the veterinarians get noticed about our hearing on this and this issue. Thank you.
We can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Any other discussion on the motion to continue the public hearing? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Still working.
That motion passes 11-0. So we'll see this back before us on September 10th. Ms. Quinn Davidson or Ms. LaFrance, will this go back to your committee, or will it just be the working group?
That's a good question. I think how we're approaching it now is Mr. Constant, Ms. LaFrance, and I are in a little subcommittee, and we're working with Michael Tierney from Animal Control, and I think Deanne Fetco and a couple of the folks from the commission, the Muni Commission. So we'll take back Mr. Dyson's recommendations, and anyone else who has them, please send them our way. And then I guess we can see what product we come up with and whether the timing allows for going to health policy or if it just makes more sense to do a work session.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And technically, I think we're a working group, maybe not a subcommittee. I remember at some point in the past that if we call ourselves a subcommittee, we operate on different rules. And so I think we're just a working group.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So we now have before us item 14J, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 477-2019, Recommendation of Award to Pacific Pile and Marine for Program Petroleum and Cement Terminal.
Reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? And folks that are interested in testifying, if you could either line up or just take a seat in the first few rows, please.
In the effort of saving time, there's a packet for everyone to be here, I believe. And if no, I want to waste time looking at it, I'll explain it. No, disperse afterwards. Okay. My name is Albert L. Swank, Jr. I'm the owner of Langdon Engineering and Management. Number one. This project is a project for the people of this entire state. It is not a project for this city, this administration, or other administrations. Two things fall in this category, the airport and the port. Both of those entities, Anchorage International Airport and the port, airport had, but does not have a master plan, but had it until the Sheffield issue, and has not been updated, etc. Anchorage International Airport has it, and it continues to have it. And I'm just going to and that's what you're going to have in front of you. Every single issue that's ever been raised is addressed in this document. Now, I'm going to make a couple, quickly. There is no emergency. There is no rush at all. In other words, this particular issue does not need to happen. It can be delayed until everything is handled appropriately. The current project, the PCT, this project, is not needed, and the users do not want it. We have 4 administrations that have made a mess of the port. The existing Port Commission is the only body with no users on it. The users have no representation. Who knows what is needed at the port? Do the users know? Does the administration know? Do the engineers know? The users know. That's why in every port around the world and airport, the users are working jointly, and at Anchorage International Airport, they have voting rights. No capital budget is approved without them, no operational budget on. Why? It is their money and their income that creates everything. The same thing applies, but is not at the port. So, I'm presenting you with that, and that's what needs to happen. This change needs to happen at the port. And they need an involvement. Now, the port was built back in the 50s. We come forward. We had the big project. There was really no need. That need is now. Now, I've gone further to start communications with Alaska Airlines. They are willing to come forward. The number one. Can anybody argue about their success and how they work with the airport and on? That hasn't been resolved yet, but they're willing to come forward and assist.
Sir.
Now.
Sir, your time is up. Are there any questions?
Well, I have about...
Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. At the work session, I think you were there the other day, there was certainly a representation that the administration didn't have the advantage of having a really good comprehensive plan and value evaluation of the port and its needs and so on. And so the administration, didn't have all the best data they could have had. And so the first question is that probably true? And secondly, in your estimation, how would be the best way for this city, the administration, and we, the legislative body, to get the best information to make a good decision?
It does not exist. That's why we have the users here. It does not exist, and the best way is exactly what I have in front of you, and that commission. And changing it, however, whether the commission is needed or not, the airport doesn't have a, quote, that type of a commission. They have the users. The users need to be with the city. So that needs to happen. There needs to be a system. If I can go on, we have to remove all politics out of it. 100%. There was no rhyme or reason for the administration to use this in any... I'm sorry.
Did you have any further questions, Mr. Dyson?
I'm sorry?
Did you have any further questions?
Just a quick one.
Sure.
If we were to hire some nationally recognized expert to do the analysis of it, would $2 million pay them, or would that be enough for them?
In a heartbeat. This port project, in a heartbeat. This port project can be done in the range of a rebuild without a grandiose, because that's all that's needed, and the users can tell you, we don't need anything more than that's there. We just need we need it upgraded. In the range of from $500 million to 0.8. I've already run the numbers.
All right, and thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify?
Hi, my name's,
Welcome.
Hello. My name's Stephen Fisher. I was construction manager at the port up through last year. It's difficult to convey all you need to know in 3 minutes, but today I spoke to one of the city managers, and he asked me why he should believe me instead of two of the largest national engineering firms that have presented the project as we know it right now. And I've spent 9 months, almost a year now actually, trying to present that information and showing illicit change orders and contracts, and $5 million overspent last year on a $6 million construction project and $15 million this year. But aside from that, I'm not asking you to believe me. I just want you to analyze what you already know, and that is what you've heard at these assembly meetings. The last assembly meeting that I went to a few months ago, they were still saying they didn't know whether it was $500 million or $2 billion. If that isn't enough to give you pause and to make you sit back, that's an enormous. If you had a home builder that came to you and said, "We're not sure if that's going to be $500,000 or $2 million in the same proportions," you wouldn't tolerate it. And I'm asking you guys to not tolerate this, to start over, to get a better look at this, to get a better handle on it. If you really did believe that it was a $2 billion project like they presented to you, then the capital cost alone, I mean, you've got, whether you look at this as borrowing or money that you had in the bank, and the city borrows money at anywhere from 2 to 6%. The permanent fund has a 8.9% return on their over the last 5 years on their capital investments. But so if you look at either of those and you say that it was a $2 billion project, you're looking at anywhere from $40 million to $180 million a year in capital cost alone, and that goes a long way to doing repairs. And those things haven't been looked at. Those things were directly intentionally not looked at. And besides the repairs, I mean, I could go on, I don't know how much time I have. Besides the repairs, this $42 million bid that we have right now, fantastic bid. Unfortunately, they didn't include the rest of the pile, the rest of the marine structure that should have been included, that we asked them to include. We knew that the numbers.
Sir, sorry, but your time is up. Okay. Thank you for your testimony. As usually happens, assembly members can call up people during debate if we want to debate or get more information. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bert Mattingly. I work for Menzies Aviation. We operate the fuel farm out at the Anchorage International Airport and a fuel farm at the Port of Alaska. And first off, I'd like to thank all the assembly members for their work. You don't get enough thanks and gratitude from the public, so I appreciate your time and efforts. The main issue I have is how we got from 38 million to upwards of 150 million. 38 million was the price quoted in 2014. And that question has not been answered to my satisfaction, nor has it been answered to the satisfaction of the users group. I've talked with all the majority of the people, and nobody can explain it. And in regards to the other gentleman's testimony, it not being an emergency, from the fuel supply at the airport, it is not an emergency to replace POL1. We still have POL2 to offload waterborne deliveries. It is critical to cement deliveries. So that aspect, it is critical. I don't want to distort the facts, but we do have other options for fuel. And then my last point is yesterday, at the end, I wanted to make a comment that I had made contact with Great Northern Engineering, and they in fact said that fuel vaults would work in Anchorage. They were an option, and I did send an email to that effect to all of you. I'm not sure if most of you read it, but I'm not sure if you had any questions or not. That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions.
Okay.
Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Andy Romine. I'm Alaska resident, been here since 1983. Been employed in construction management since that time. I've spent about 25 years working for local Anchorage contractors, doing heavy civil and marine work. For the last 10 years, I've been working for companies based in Seattle doing larger and more complex marine projects. My current position is project manager for Pacific Pile Marine. They're the low bidder that's hoping to get this project. I appreciate yesterday having the opportunity to give you guys some of the background of our company and what we can provide for the city. What I'd first like to say, it's not our place to provide comment on whether the PCT itself is the right answer for for the Port of Anchorage modernization program. I would add that I know the port and the city have spent a lot of time, energy, and money in coming to the conclusion that the PCT is the way to go, and we support that. But that's not our decision to make. I can talk to what we think the value of our bid proposal is to the city. You're well aware that our price was nearly $20 million less than the engineer's estimate. There's a lot of reasons that could have taken place. We have the correct and proper equipment to do this project. We've got the proper personnel to do it. As a benefit, for the city, we have a number of local contractors and suppliers and workers planned for this job. We've all worked very hard, long, spent a lot of time and money putting this bid effort together. We've continued to work, since the time of the bid, doing our pre-planning, and we're ready to get this project moving. I will say that we are willing and able to look at any value engineering proposals you guys might have, but as was discussed yesterday, that timing is critical for this job for us, and I think for you to be done this year. The cost of steel and other materials is very volatile. We don't know what happens, if this project gets postponed 12 months. Equipment availability, company availability, I think are things that could drive the price of this project up $5 to $10 million if it's postponed a year. So we would hope you guys award, and then we'll get to work. If you have any questions.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Dyson.
It appears to me the administration may be moving towards tonight that the city would buy the pipe, port would buy the pipe, and get that going, and then if buy a little time for maybe some scope of the project modifications. If indeed by August 1 we commit to buying the pipe, when would you expect the mill would start rolling that pipe?
I don't know the exact date. That's one of the critical factors. The other critical factor is the time in the fabrication. All I can tell you is that we're required by their proposal to give them a go-ahead on August 1st, or their proposal is no longer valid.
Yeah,
and I can get that information. I just don't have it right now.
So that'd be a little bit helpful. My guess is the mill will not start rolling the pipe on August 2.
Oh, no.
It'd probably be months before they do. And then it'd be interesting to know how many days it would take for them to roll the 45 piling or something like that. All that giving us a chance, if the design changes a bit, to stop that process, and so we're not buying pipe we don't need, or we know ahead of time if we need more. So that information, I think, would be valuable, certainly to the administration, and perhaps.
Yeah, and we can provide that. Like I said yesterday, what you're really doing is you're buying yourself a position in the mill, and you're buying yourself a position in the fabrication, and I could get those dates for you.
So we'd like to know kind of when that would happen. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I'm remembering everything that was covered yesterday, the August 1st date is just the date where they're guaranteeing the current price that was quoted to you. Is that correct?
Well, you're guaranteeing the price, and you're buying your position as a date that they will roll it and as a date that they will manufacture it, which is critical for us because basically all this material comes up at one time next spring, and it's a huge mobilization cost or cost savings if you can move it all at one time. So that's really the driver of it.
Right, and so construction on this wouldn't start until next building season?
Yes.
Right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
I'm over here. So if the August 1 date were to be taken off the table because of the change in terms of who purchases the pipe, have you provided the administration a date estimate of when you would need to know by? So you had talked yesterday at the work session about making sure that the equipment that you need is available and all of those things. Have you talked with him about that date, about when you would need to know in order to move forward?
We have not talked about that. I mean, there's other major supply products, for instance, the precast materials that require special forms and engineering and those types of things that would also play into that. I mean, we talked to, the proposed supplier, and he might be a little bit later, middle of September or something like that. Sure.
Okay, thanks.
So that would be a concern, but
yeah,
if somebody asks, we can certainly give you the information.
Right. I'm assuming that the August 1 date has to do with the pipe, but there are other pending dates that we would need to be aware of as well, that we would need to make sure that whatever decision need to be made would need to be made by that point.
Yes.
So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know, have you actually heard of any proposal for the Muni to buy this steel? Because I haven't actually heard of that. I've heard of some change in the arrangements of what happens to steel at disposal, but I mean...
No, I've not heard that.
Yeah, no, so I don't think that's on the table at this time. That would be a whole other procurement process.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We could probably get into that when we get to debate. I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Ryan Zins. I work with ABI. We're the cement supplier at the port. We've been at the port for 70 plus years, and we're going to continue to be at the port for a long time. I mean, cement goes into basically every construction project, including a lot into this construction project here. And I just want to thank you folks taking the time to really look at this stuff because, we've been working with the administration, with the current contractors because our supply is being modified, our equipment. To go to this existing dock, it's going to cost us a significant amount of money. And we have to move equipment, move operations, we have to modify equipment, we have to modify the people that are operating that stuff. And I think our biggest concern is that an increase of over 500% of cost has seemed to trigger a rush to contract instead of a rush to vet alternative solutions. And I think what you have from the group is coming together here is what other options are out there that maybe might not have been economically viable prior to this position, but where we're at now, this is a significant decision. And I appreciate you folks taking the time and really digging into this stuff because it's not a small decision to make. And that's our biggest thing is we would recommend a pause to truly vet all other possible options and what's out there. And you have the user group and us people at the port that are at the table. What else can we do? What are the other options? Is there other ways to move and offload cement? Which there is. There's some constraints, but we have the ability to move within a certain degree. I mean, we pump cement probably the farthest distance in the North America, and we have some flexibility. There's things we can do to our operation to modify that. So if we need to move in a dock for some repair options or whatnot, there's things on the table, and we would just ask for a pause to be able to vet those options. Any questions?
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. It's been mentioned a couple times by some of the users that they don't believe there's a crisis or emergency. And I'm assuming you fall in that category as well. And so my question would be, what would be a state of crisis or emergency? I mean, if we're not in one now, how do we know when we are in one, as far as from the port user perspective?
Well, and that's why I would like to thank the body, the assembly, for hiring a consultant to really dig into this and see what is the state, where are we at? Is there a risk here? Because the issue a big issue that you have is if you go down this path at PCT, you have a trestle and a platform, but you still have that issue at POL1, and I'm still stuck at POL1 until I can tie up to this other platform. So if that becomes an issue, I have to move around on the current dock, or we have to do some sort of pilings or moorings on there. So my answer to that question is I'm not an engineer, and I think waiting to find out what has come out of your consultants' reports to see where we're at is the prudent measure.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I'm understanding you correctly, the current situation for unloading cement is less than perfect and does need improvement. And you're suggesting that we just need to take more time to find a better plan, or what are you suggesting?
Well, I would say an increase in price of 500% would make me take a pause and vet other options. Because when we saw that, we reached out to a number of contractors. Is there other options to do this? I mean, for instance, can you go through the dock? Can you put new pilings in? Can you go through a piling? Can you go over a piling? And what truly is the area of concern? Because we don't doubt there's things that need to be done, but what are the other options and what are the costs of those options is what we would really like to know.
Okay. And the current area where you're storing the cement is not the problem. It's getting it off the ships and into that facility. Is that correct?
Correct. We pneumatically move cement. Basically, we suck cement out of a barge, and we pump it pneumatically through air into our storage facility. And so our critical point is at the dock. And I mean, we've invested millions of dollars over the years, and we're going to continue to maintain those assets. And that's why we will really want to make sure that we take a pause, and as we go down the path, is this the most affordable solution?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Were you aware that, have you seen the summer groundworks happening at the port right now this summer? The South Shore, they've been kind of working out there and dredging?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
So, and were you, do you know why they were doing that? I believe it was in furtherance of building the PCT at some point. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, so there was 3 phases. There was a shoreline stabilization,
Mm-hmm.
so that was to protect the shoreline so it doesn't erode and our operations don't fall into the ground. The next phase was to shore up the pad, I'm not an engineer, so cement stabilize the pad so that they can start production down that path. And then the dredging was supposed to start so they can do the piling installation.
And the reason
is my understanding.
Yeah, and the reason I ask about that is this, I keep hearing from the user group that this, seems all very sudden, but the PCT, it doesn't seem to be a surprise. We've been doing this earthwork and these steps towards something else. So can you elucidate me a little bit more about what the surprise is, or why there's only been engagement more recently, and there hasn't been kind of constant engagement about the PCT? Because those are the 2 complaints I'm hearing. Is one, we just formed a group in the last 3 months, and I really appreciate the group and its efforts. And we were kind of surprised, or we didn't have enough time to engage. So knowing that those other steps were happening, can you kind of just help fill in the timeline for me, or just educate me a little bit?
Well, the shoreline stabilization we've known about and was part of our agreement to produce our dome, because we didn't want to produce an asset or create an asset with the possibility of soil erosion. So the stabilization had to happen on that aspect. The platform we became aware of, I want to say last year maybe, that was the next phase that was going to move forward, and the dredging. As far as what the transitional dredging was for, I can't pinpoint when we became aware there was a contract and that was going to happen for that. But I think the bigger question is you're looking at some sunk costs, and you need to look at going forward, and is this really the dock that we can afford? Are there other more affordable options? Because the money was spent on that, and you need to look forward going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. My name is Casey Sullivan. I'm the Government Public Affairs Manager for Marathon Petroleum Corporation. We're one of the 2 refineries in the state of Alaska. We're an integrated refining, marketing, and retail and logistics company. We're one of the largest providers of petroleum fuel products to the Anchorage marketplace. We take Alaska crude, refine it in Kenai, we pipe it to Anchorage through jet fuel, gasoline, asphalt, et cetera. So first and foremost, and despite most of our fuel products come in through pipe, we do bring in about 15 to 20 tankers annually to provide for that demand, jet fuel demand that happens throughout Alaska that we all know about. First and foremost, just want to say thank you for your efforts. This is a complex issue. It has been moving pretty fast and furious over the last couple of months, so your time and attention to it is important. Marathon Petroleum, first and foremost, we want a safe port. We want an efficient port. We want something that's operable, right? We want to make sure that it works well for our employees and for Alaskans. So we have been engaged for many, many years, even through the charrette back in 2014 and 2015. We've been monitoring it along the way. I think to some questions, why now? And it was really about the tariff bomb drop, if you will, that happened in January about hey, here's the attention getter. So there's that, and here we are today, and I think that's also why you're all engaged. But, from our perspective, we think that the current proposal before you doesn't really address the key issue, and it's whether or not there is a crisis or there's not a crisis. The premise is that POL 1 and the port is failing. So the question for you as the appropriator of the body is, I have $60 million to work with. Does it fix the problem? Or do I now have a partially built trestle, partially funded, unsure where the rest of the funding is going to come from? It may come in partially over time. But meanwhile, POL 1 still has considerable issues that from our Marine group has lots of concerns about, because it could be years until that trestle is finally completed. Meanwhile, we still have to bring in 15 to 20 tankers every year, okay? So now that's only part of it, but as appropriators, that's really a critical question that you have to ask. And that's one of the things that we as a port users group has really tried to bring up and have a consideration about. Secondly, I think you've all heard, and we've heard over and over again through the user group and through the many, many meetings we've had with the administration and yourselves, is that there is lack of confidence in many of the alternative approaches. And whether those questions have come up now or a year ago, they're questions, and they're real questions. And there's cost savings questions, there's safety questions, and they are enough that it would concern me and concern you as appropriators. Are we doing the right path? This is a complex issue. It's a lot of money. We would ask you to consider this very seriously. I know you are. I don't mean to suggest you're not. But in the vein of all that, we would advocate that you table the proposal, give more time to consider the actions ahead, and is this the right path? Thank you. Ooh, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. That was pretty good.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Sullivan, I'm going to ask you to speak on behalf of all the users, which you can't really do, but I just want to, maybe you can speak on behalf of some of them, certainly one of the larger ones. So if we were to take a pause and can fully vet this alternative, and the only major alternative that I've heard is this sort of repair in place of POL 1, and in speaking with the engineers that have worked on this project so far, and not just engineers, but we had a meeting on Friday, and it seemed like that repair in place might not be a viable option for a variety of reasons. But let's say we did pause, and we did fully vet that and spend millions of dollars, I think it would take to do the proper vettings on that. And then let's say at the end we conclude that that can't be done for environmental reasons or what have you. And now we've lost a year, but also we've lost, let's say, $20 million because we've lost our position on a favorable bid, and we've spent the money to get the 15% or whatever it is that requires that full vetting. Would the user group be willing to backstop that, to sort of ensure and agree to say, whatever that amount of additional cost is, to pay that in tariff, so that we're not bearing all the risk, but the users also would say, we want you to pause, but we're willing to pay our share for that additional risk. Is that something the users would be willing to do?
I can't answer that. Assemblyman Dunbar, I think there's a lot of numbers going on there, and, we'd have to see a proposal before us before we could ever go down that road. I understand your point. Again, I think...
Well, because this proposal, what they tried to do is hold the user group harmless in these two phases, to build PCT without increasing the tariff, aside from the normal annual tariff, but no increase to the tariff. But what you're asking is potentially more expensive, and so would the users agree to pay for that if it turns out to be more expensive in an additional tariff?
So I haven't heard the hold harmless. I've always heard that there's going to be some form of a tariff. We have a regular escalator in the tariff, right? So some form, we're going to be part of that, and I've heard yet the hold harmless piece. So I can't answer that question. We'd have to see the proposal before us. I appreciate your concept. I think the point is you have $60 million to spend right now. Is this the amount of money that you want to spend on a partial trestle, and platform that may not be usable for many years, right? When the real piece is the POL one that could be failing. Now, there are other options, right? We're bringing in fuel via tap pipeline. There's POL2. Is it a crisis, not a crisis, as people have talked about? That's debatable a little bit. But the point is, where do you want to spend the $60 million?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I just was going to kind of push back a little on the idea of the no tariff that you definitely caught there. There's been no statement that there won't be tariff. There's just been statement that there would be. But,
Mr. Constant, we're in public hearing.
I understand.
Yeah.
What he asked, though, is an interesting question, but it wouldn't just be the $20 million. It would be the $20 million plus the amount that you would be hit with the tariff for the construction. So it's both of those numbers together.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time, everybody.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you all for your service tonight. My name is Dave Karp, Senior Vice President, Managing Director for Saltchuk Alaska Companies. We operate 3 different businesses at the port, Tote Maritime Alaska, Delta Western Petroleum, and Cook Inlet Tug and Barge also provide ship assists at the port. So we've all had time together over the past several weeks, so I'll try not to be redundant and respectful of your time. First and foremost, the user group remains in favor of a full pause on this project. I think we've articulated our concerns, so I won't go through them again. I understand that there's further efforts by the administration to find a compromise and something that might be palatable to the user group. And while there is a healthy level of skepticism about being able to get there with the amount of time that we have, the members are willing to put in the work in order to try to get us to the best place. We're willing to roll up our sleeves. We have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. To see if there's something there that we can reach consensus on. So my urging tonight for all of you would be if you vote no, but probably more constructively to urge you to delay the vote and at least, at a minimum, give the user group a chance to wrap their heads around the proposed compromise. And again, while there are no guarantees that the user group will come back and say, we're there, we're willing to put in the work to try. What I can guarantee is that if there's a vote to proceed tonight and the contract is awarded, that the meeting tomorrow morning will be far less constructive as it relates to where we go from here. And I think we've all talked, Assemblyman Perez Verdia talked a lot about alignment in the hearings, and I think we all agree that this is the first step on a very long journey. And if we can find a way to get everybody on the same sheet of music, or at least in the same chapter of the book, we have a far better chance of being successful as we attempt to meet the very critical needs, long-term needs of this port. So in summary, I would urge you to delay the vote on this or vote it down tonight. And should you decide to delay the vote, you have the commitment from the user group to make an earnest effort to evaluate options all the way up until the last minute when a decision absolutely has to be made. Happy to take any questions.
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I represent myself. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in public interest. First, I'd like to make note of the first couple comments from the public on this issue and how striking they brought up the issue of dealing with what are the real numbers. The math we're talking about. There's extreme numbers about what the port project is going to be from A to Z. And if we're in the situation of having those striking, remarkable numbers difference, is this the time to prove any project with the port? And if it is, what is the emergency to deal with anything with the port right now? What is that emergency? What is the needs right now that's urgent to fix the port? And if there is no emergency to fix the report and go into this direction, then the obvious situation is delay. To, with all due respect, take time to reflect on what we got here going. Now, I not only attend, yet you know I have a lot of meetings. I'm known to attend the Port Commission meetings in the borough and in the valley and in Anchorage. And one common denominator has been this lack of faith in the public to what's going on with the port. The public doesn't have the faith when they hear the news, questionable news from the press, but the fact is, are they more confident in what you're doing in Anchorage or in the valley about how you're proceeding with the ports? The answer is less faith. That's what's coming out. And tonight we're seeing that situation. Less faith is coming out of this meeting about should we proceed. The answer is no. And then also a note here is a concern. Transparency. There was a resolution in the Port Commission that was part of this meeting, and there was no public notice for the meeting. I couldn't be there. Yes, I couldn't be there. I did get a communication about an hour and a half by the staff out there, an hour and a half notice, but there shouldn't be any special privileges at public notice. There was no public notice. Another example is, it's my understanding there was a major meeting in June, and it would be nice that there's respect from the chair and listening to the public and not talk to the clerk. But again, we can't expect that here from the chair. There was a major meeting from the administration, I understand, about, I was told 45 people in June. It was selective who was there. So-called users was probably the ones. But the public had no knowledge, and it was, I can't report what happened there because I wasn't there. But the words that were transpired is more like a sell job. Administration selling this to go with this, and let's do it. Well, if you're going to do it, you need to sell the public in a public meeting and sell it to the public and let the public tell you what they think. But that's not what's going on with this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve AM 477-2019A, the amended version.
Is there moved and seconded? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. There have been from the users requests that this deliberation be completed no sooner than Friday, that we allow them and the administration a little bit more time. They did not receive the amended version until this afternoon. This is an ongoing negotiation. And so for our purposes, we can debate this now, come to a conclusion, we can honor the process and allow them to negotiate at their meeting in the morning and then come back to not a special meeting, but a continued meeting where we would just be done tonight and continue the meeting until the chair calls it, which I believe would be Friday. So that is what I hope the body will do to allow people an opportunity to come to terms.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I also am kind of adjusting what I didn't see that the administration was changing the contract, but this memo here of wanting to do some value engineering encourages me. I won't be available for a Friday meeting. I will be able to participate by phone, but I'd like to take 4 or 5 minutes to get some information I'd like to have before we vote to continue this on Friday. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, can you give me permission? Just say yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Mr. Jaluski down.
Ro Sturgielewski, assent.
Yeah, thanks, Ro. Appreciate your work. The administration in their memo today talks about wanting to be really open to all the ways we can do a better job with less money and more efficient use. What's the ideal role that you and your group could play in that process over the next couple of months?
I came up with a lot of those ideas, and so I believe I could assist them, and the ultimate decision makers would be the designers of record, and they would really need to evaluate these. There would be policy related issues that the city in the port would need to make, but I believe that I have the interests of the state and municipality in particular to come up with the best solution, and I believe I could help facilitate a solution to that effect. And there's a lot of issues, and I have, while not a professional engineer, I have understanding of engineering and I have understanding of other elements, and I can integrate them together.
Yeah, hang on just a second till I get Mr. Constant's attention. So, in retrospect, it seems near genius that Mr. Constant wanted to get an independent voice with some expertise like you all to review this thing. Now I think we got a chance to do an even better job than the scope of what Mr. Constant got you started at. An engineer with an amazing amount of international experience told me earlier this week that doing the really good analysis and getting good data from which to make these decisions will always save you 10 times what it costs for that analysis, and sometimes it's more. So, so we spend $1 million on analysis and getting good data, we save 10 million, but he said it's often 20 times what it costs. I believe this administration is acting in good faith. I believe they've gotten off track because they didn't have good fundamental information and good analysis from which to make their decisions. And I would like to see them, if I'm right, I'd like to see them get the very best information during this process. So I guess what we may ask you to do is, if we have an opportunity to make this a better project in the big scope and the small, I'd like you all to think about what, if any, additional resources you would need to do this as well as we possibly can. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's rhetorical. But it's true that you believe that good engineering analysis and value engineering can save tens of millions of dollars and probably more.
I believe that tens of millions of dollars can come out of the PCT and multiple hundreds of millions of dollars can come out of the entire program, as other people earlier in the administration. There's definitely lots of opportunities for that.
All right. So you said we can save hundreds of millions of dollars if we take the time to do some really good analysis and get our data in line. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. And I would probably stay pretty close to the front, Mr. Serduliski. Mr. Weddleton.
I guess we're discussing, so you made a move to approve, but are you postponing this to a certain date?
There is no motion on the floor right now.
Other than the move to approve.
Oh, yeah.
Point of information as well. There have been other people who have asked for a date later than Friday, including the leader of the user group who's going to be traveling on Friday and had asked if it could be Monday or Tuesday. And speaking with the chair, I asked if Monday were available, and he suggested Tuesday might be better for people. And so to the point of a delay to a time specific, it might be as well that there's another time and place. So, but I'm not ready to make that motion until we are further along.
Okay, so we don't have a motion to delay, but you're talking about having a future meeting to approve this. Well, are both of those true?
Yes and yes. So if you want to make the motion, and then we can debate that motion. Otherwise, we're just having general debate.
Okay, well, I suppose it's for general debate that my vote on this is no. And we've heard a lot of contradictory engineering, and I don't think any of us are engineers. We've heard a lot of contradictory information as far as project engineering goes and when you do stuff and how and so on. And I'm not a project engineer. So, we have to kind of draw on what we do know. And 32 years as a retailer, I've learned one thing painfully and sometimes many times happily over and over again: listen to your customers. And in fact, at Bosco's, that's our motto. Listen to our customers, get what they want, sell it. Doesn't talk anything about products or anything. Listen to your customers. And what's happened here, and I don't think anyone's at fault. We see this time and again on projects that we deal with, road projects and so on. People come in too late to the game. But you ignore your customers at your peril. And we might build the best and most cost-efficient PCT, but they say they don't want it. They're not convinced they want it. We have to listen to our customers, and I understand the numbers, and it may get more expensive to build something that they may not want, but we need to stop and listen to our customers. So I vote no, and we go back and have to work with the users group. And it's interesting that we got this plan for Ted Stevens, because they went the same way, and I think it must have been the plan before this, but they had a big, grandiose plan, and I was at Sand Lake Community Council and really involved, and all kinds of new runways and all kinds of stuff, and they unveiled it, and the users went, what are you talking about? We don't need this, and we're not going to pay, and they shut it down. And I think the airport's running just fine right now. So, I think it's just fundamental. We have to listen to our customers in everything we do, and they've made very clear we need to stop. So I have a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm urging a yes vote, whether now or if it's postponed to a day certain. I think it's time to continue moving forward. I want to thank our consultants, the users, Mr. Constant, and the administration, especially for the amended memorandum. We've spent money preparing for this time and for this project, whether it's the groundworks to shore up the South Shore or the time that we've spent already designing the PCT. The PCT is not a surprise. What seemed to have been a surprise was a potential tariff bomb, as that term was used, but it's been diffused. What hasn't been diffused is the uncertainty of our state grants that we're going to use to hopefully fund this project. And what also we need to do is we need to make the commitment to move the port projects forward and build it for our future. I'm unwilling to wait for an emergency or worse yet, a catastrophe. We see how long these projects take to design, to permit, to acquire the necessary materials. If we have an emergency or catastrophe, we are talking astronomical amounts of money to react to a situation that we could have prepared for. I also would like to make clear that we're only moving forward, if we approve this with the PCT. We clearly heard from the administration that they have no intention to build a $2 billion port and are open to all options for POL1 and the cargo terminals. There are many opportunities for cost savings within the larger project, especially if the users stay engaged. Particularly because there will be tariff conversations moving forward, and engagement will ensure that your input in the design and the cost of the port will be accepted and make an impact on the ultimate design. And I believe there's a way to work towards the remaining financing. We've heard many options from the administration, diversified options, anywhere from leveraging our current assets to phasing in smaller chunks of the project to federal grants and potentially ADA funding, which I think was very clear that if we possibly let this state money lapse because we do not encumber it and is swept back by the state, could severely jeopardize that possibility. So I urge a yes vote that we move forward with the port and move forward with PCT. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holotel. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes, I'd like if the administration can please just, I realize we have this memorandum, but if you could speak to the changes that were recently made and the rationale behind those.
Yes, through the chair. So the amended memorandum that we provided would codify what we represented to the Assembly in the last work session, which is that there are some ideas which were already vetted through the process and which didn't make the cut initially, but which we're happy to take a fresh look at. And there may be new ideas that we would like to, moving forward with the contractor, reinterrogate. And so we've given these the labels of the value engineering. We talked about various options at the work session. Our commitment would be that working hand in hand with the user group and others, we would move forward to interrogate whether there are good cost-saving ideas that we can use to skinny down the petroleum cement terminal. And that is what the changes in the amended memorandum reflect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask a question of the administration. If there is a motion to postpone and a special meeting called, Mr. Falls, you had mentioned to me offline that perhaps Monday or Tuesday would be too late for our procurement process, that Friday was kind of the drop dead date. Is that true, or could we potentially do it on Monday or Tuesday?
So through the chair, I think we do have Ron Haddon. He just changed seats, so I'll look at Ron Haddon. I know that there would be a question about a motion for reconsideration, which has come up in the context of your liquor licenses and other contexts where potentially a meeting that comes too late could be sort of undone by two members if there was a motion for reconsideration that happened late, but I'll look to Ron for the procurement angle.
Through the chair, if we wait until Monday, that will be the 29th. I am required, unless you do a reconsideration, to wait 48 hours before I can offer the contract for signature. That is the problem. I cannot offer it to him until the 31st. Now, he has indicated, the contractor has indicated that he will proceed based on the Assembly's affirmative action to this, so we might be all right.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
Yep.
So sometimes for these more time-sensitive or larger issues, we do an immediate motion for reconsideration, then vote it down. Would that resolve that issue if we did it that way?
Yes, sir. Then I could offer the contract to him immediately preceding the reconsideration vote.
Okay. I don't think that any member of the body can promise that that is going to happen that way, and I think that it's usually not wise to wait till the absolute last minute to do things. But I think what you're saying there is that there is a way, if for some reason it's got pushed till Tuesday or Monday, that we could resolve it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the mayor for the memorandum that you provided. I have to say at this point, I am a no vote on this since we're debating the main motion, mostly for the same reasons Mr. Weddleton raised, as well as Mr. Dyson about the need for data. I am still digesting the 9-page report that we received from Mr. Sturgelewski. There's a lot of information, and I know I just recently provided the administration with a list of 12 questions because just categorizing the data and information is challenging. So some of the questions I still have to do with the design criteria and what are the specific code requirements that have shaped the design criteria for federal projects or projects for which, for example, at federal highways, where we are hoping to get federal funds. I know there are specific design parameters to qualify for that funding. Also understand that there's MOA code as well that factors in here to the parameters. What are the service level volumes and volumes projections? Some of that was addressed in the 9-page report. How has this shaped the design criteria? What other factors, rising seawater levels, automation, have informed the program parameters and the criteria? When we talk about seismic events and what standards the projects are being designed to, what is the assumed level of service functionality that's expected after such an event? And incrementally, how much more would it cost to design to a higher level of service functionality? Has the PCT design been peer-reviewed? And I understand, too, that there are folks at the state where they have experience in designing marine facilities and pile foundations, and they are generally less expensive than private sector consultants, and they may be available as well. What kind of contract is before us? Was a CMGC, Construction Management General Contractor, contract considered for this, where the contractor helps with the design? When we talk about value engineering, what exactly are we referring to? Are we referring to sometimes the practice where if a design isn't fully fleshed out, we would work with the contractor and potentially even split some of the identified savings? So in my mind, I still need answers and at least organization of this data to comfortably move forward and support. And I think the question about the customers, I mean, who exactly are the customers? I tend to agree with Mr. Weddleton that the port users factor in largely and that we're not the only customer. And finally, someone brought up the SAP project. And we've had we've had a lot of follow-up conversations about what can we do differently, and I understand that's a big reason why, Mr. Constant brought in the consultants. But, I mean, have we done everything we can to minimize the potential for change orders and to control those factors that led that big project out of control? So, to sum up, at this point, I'm a no vote. I support the idea of postponing and hashing through some of this stuff and seeing where we land. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, it would be great if we could build the most best port in America or in the world. Unfortunately, we don't have the funding for that. So I think we have to look at other alternatives. And it seems that it would be great if we could build a brand new PCT terminal. But after talking to the users, I don't know if that's totally necessary right now. I'm wondering if we couldn't do a design where we just improve the cement terminal unloading facility, and that would possibly also include being some improvements to POL 1. POL 2 was built considerably after POL 1, and I think there doesn't seem to be as many problems with that area. And we have to be realistic in thinking about where the funding is coming from. Thinking we're going to get more grants from Juneau is probably not realistic. It would be great if we would win the lawsuit that we're fighting over the mistake to the original design, but we don't know when that's going to happen or how much that will be. So that's a total unknown. So I think right now, if I have to vote yes or no on this tonight, I'm going to be a no vote. I think we need to get additional information and see what other options there are. And sorry, that's the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just keep asking myself, what is the best possible use of $60 million? And I don't have all the answers, but we've certainly heard from a lot of people that do. I mean, we've heard from engineers that do, we've heard from users that do, we've heard from assembly members, that have a lot of ideas. And most of those have something to do with something other than the petroleum cement terminal. So, when I look at this project, it's not a bad project. It's certainly not a bad contract. But in any way, shape, or form, it doesn't really fix the problem. And we end up, it can leverage cost. It certainly it might give us a good deal. It begins a project, but we don't end up with a finished product. And we certainly don't then have a fix for POL1. And to me, that's the priority. Maybe I'm off base with that, but to me, that's what's failing. That's the priority. That's, to a certain extent, what began this conversation years ago anyway. So I just haven't heard anything that assures me that this is the right project. And like I said, it's not that it's a bad one. It's just maybe not the right one. And I think we've had enough testimony, enough information that says there are options. But wait, there are options. And that's what I hear, is let's wait because we think there's a better way to do this that answers the real question. And it's almost like this proposal now, and now I'm watching all the other ideas that are coming out to try to save this particular proposal. And I almost see it like being whittled away at. So it's not even the project that it started out to be already. It in itself is starting to dwindle, and I feel like there's people trying to put it on life support now to try to make sure that this particular project gets approved, when again, it's, to a certain extent, it's a diversion. It doesn't answer the question that we need to answer, and that is, how do we fix the port? How do we move forward? How do we maintain a business or an operation that functions for the state and for the users? So I'm going to be a no vote too. I hope we don't postpone this. I think there is value in the people who are trying to put together that bigger picture of the options and how we move forward. Like I said, I can very much appreciate the thought, the idea that went into that. Certainly it was an idea, but I don't think it's the right idea for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Falsey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to the tenor of the conversation, I do think there is some first-order confusion about what problem it is we are trying to solve. We've heard a lot of discussion about how POL1 is in critical shape. That is not the problem we are trying to solve. As we've described for the assembly, the entire facility is well beyond its useful life, and in order to repair that facility, this PCT is the lock, the key that opens the lock, the first domino to fall to get you to the rest of the project. We've heard a lot of questions about what criteria were used. We have a presentation that we forwarded to the Assembly that's dated February 26th that's on your website. We never did a full presentation for the Assembly on that, but we would be happy to do so. A lot of questions about who has been involved, and we can certainly bring you up to speed on the involvement of the Construction Manager at Risk Project, Keywood Manson, COE, the independent cost estimators, Moffitt Nichols. But the punchline I want to make now is, if there were to be a vote, it would be a shame for there to be a no vote because there was a lack of information. And if the notion is that the Assembly would like a little bit more time to put all of these questions to us and give us one last chance to sort of clear all of the remaining doubts that we are able to clear, we are happy to do that. I think listening to Assemblymember LaFrance's questions, we have answers to those questions. And if now is the time you want to try to power through them, we could do that. I think perhaps more effectively we could set up yet another work session tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. We're happy to work through it. So my punchline would be, if there are folks who feel like they are compelled to vote no simply because there remains confusion, give us a chance to try to clear up that confusion. And I think that we will give you our best shot.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I am still standing on the premise that we would be wise to allow the full conversation to occur, and that would require that we move a couple of days into the future. We're not talking a very long time. And so I'm not sure what the procedural process would be in order. I don't think we need to set a special meeting.
I can respond to that, Mr. Constant. So I've been advised by the clerk that if we do a continued meeting, that all of the actions that we have taken today will not be finalized, and that could affect some of the deadlines from some of the other things that we voted on.
So we should call a special meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so then I would move to postpone this item to a special meeting set for Tuesday, I don't know what the day is, the 29th?
The 30th.
30th. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Any discussion on that motion?
Yep, I hear lots of talk about allowing a full conversation and allowing all the pieces to be on the table. The users have asked for that to happen, and I think it is wise to honor their request. And all the talk about making sure that the users' needs are met, this is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Haddon again, or Mr. Falsey. Now we're talking about Tuesday, so you'd have one day if you want to come up and I'll answer the question. I will commit to you that if it passes, I will make a motion to reconsider, and then hopefully my colleagues will vote my motion down, or maybe someone will beat me to the punch. But if we do that, let's say it passes on Tuesday night, is it possible to get this done?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, yes.
Okay. All right. Then I support the motion to postpone until Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion as well. I don't understand why we wouldn't support the motion. The user groups support it, the administration supports it, and it gets us more information. So I just don't see why we wouldn't, and I really urge people to take the time that we have to come to the best solution.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dyson. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That motion passes 8-3. So we will have a special meeting on Tuesday, July 30th at 5 p.m. At these chambers to discuss this topic. Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up to that item, a plea from the administration, help us help you. So if there are questions that you would like us to answer between now and Tuesday or on Tuesday, inundate us with those questions. Get us all of those questions as they are ready in real time in writing, and we will put the minions on it. We'll prepared to give you the best answers we have available by then.
Is there a date certain that you'd like questions by?
Well, certainly the sooner the better, but we will take them until the absolute last possible minute.
Okay. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, I don't know who's best able to speak for the user group, but what would be useful for you in this time period? Is there a way for us to help facilitate any engagement you want to have with the administration? I know you all have been working together already, but I want this time to be useful for you as well. So how can we help you?
Ms. Quinn Davidson, through the chair, That's a difficult question for me to answer until we convene in the morning, but rest assured that as soon as we have some sense of direction, and again, we're scheduled to meet at 10 o'clock in the morning, we certainly will reach out to Mr. Falsey and any members of the Assembly to answer that question. I mean, I can assure you that our intent wouldn't be to sit and work in a vacuum for the next week and just show up and have you have no sense of what we've been talking about.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the role of Mr. Sturgielewski in this as well, and I think we'd be really open to thinking of him as somebody who could help to find some common ground. So I would encourage you to engage with him as well, and I would encourage our administration to engage with him as well, so that we could maybe utilize him as someone to help us come together. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. So the administration has made some compelling arguments for this project, and I think I'm satisfied we've come to the conclusion that we're not facing a real-world existential crisis here, and that the do-nothing option in terms of the port continuing to operate, our exposure there is relatively small. But the real issue that I can't get my arms around is the vulnerability of losing the funding sources. And so I would like for us to do our due diligence to make sure we've heard all sides of that story. And Mr. Begich is a fascinating personality in my experience, one of the most accomplished politicians, if you will, but he's smart. And maybe there's somebody better also than he to comment on the vulnerability of losing these funding sources. So I understand we got the FEMA money, we've got the state grants, and something else. And so my request, Mr. Constant, Mr. Riviera, is that we do our due diligence to get the best information we have on the vulnerability and the potential of losing those funding sources, which is a real-world thing we got to pay attention to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Message received. Mr. Constant.
Just would like to note that all of this work that Mr. Sturgielewski Ascent and Northern Compass has done has been outside of the scope of their contract. And there is a slight opportunity for expanding the funds available to them to the measure of about 10%, and that would be eligible under the code. And I just want everyone to know we're probably going to have that conversation because we've already appropriated those funds, and the fact is they have sweat real hard on this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So moving on in our agenda, that completes our regular agenda items. Special orders, there are none. Audience participation. Would anyone like to speak before us? Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Merle Akers. I'm a longtime resident of Anchorage, Alaska. This past Saturday, at 6:30 in the morning, my house was broken into and they stole one of my cars out of my garage. There was two cars in there. They stole one car. On Saturday morning, that was on Saturday. And on Sunday, the car itself was retrieved. The automobile itself was not damaged. Particularly, they took the stuff out of the interior of the car. They took the license plates and papers and registration papers and that kind of stuff. So on Monday, the individual who stole the car was arraigned. And I went down to the arraignment. This gentleman was arraigned on the charge of just theft of the automobile. And he pleads not guilty to that. And he likely will not serve any time for that, because all they found him in was he had the car. He claims that he did not steal the car. So then I want to find out what the police department was going to do about proceeding to find out who broke into my place, who's actually stole the car and how does it work. So when I called the police department, first of all, can't get anybody to talk to me. Spent a couple, 3 hours on the phone trying to speak to a voice, to somebody that could help me. I finally left a message for the chief of police. I had a sergeant call me back later on that day, and he told me that, well, the reason they weren't doing this, they only have 4 detectives which can work on thefts like this, and so they're not going to pursue it. Doesn't sound like it. They don't normally pursue it. Once the car is found, they quit. The problem with that, which doesn't take much to figure that out, the problem with that is you got the ringleader organizing these thefts, and so this continues on. Now, what they took at my house, they took all the keys, all the extra keys to the house, all the extra keys to the cars, the remote starts, the car openers, and all that stuff. So that's where we're at, and I have to repair all that. So I'm asking for the help of this. We have to get to the bottom of this, where we're finding out who in the hell is doing this, organizing this stuff, and stop picking on these little guys.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions in the queue for you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Assembly members and people of Anchorage. I just want to thank you for allowing Camp Here to have a place in the city of Anchorage. We've been able to start to breathe again. I know it was a little startling with curfew. I have to be back by 11 o'clock to go be back in the trees. But we've been able to start breathing, and we're getting more and organized as ourselves. We started making lists of people who want to get jobs, people who want to come in and maybe offer jobs. There are people stopping by and having positive dialogues with the people living there from all different walks in the neighborhood. We've started having caseworkers come out. I just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity. If I have any asks of the city there, please don't criminalize us for struggling within the system that doesn't work for everyone. And I know we have to work together to make it work for everyone. So I just want to thank you for your time, and come and visit Camp Here, located at Valley of the Moon, in the humble place in the trees, where Sunday night we had a black bear come across. So people are watching and awake at night because they're dealing with the same issues of crime in the neighborhood the neighborhoods have been dealing with. And we're also a little bit more on that level in understanding why they are the way they are. So I'm hoping that there's going to be dialogue and opportunity for discussion. There's a long issues. It's going to take time. And I know we have a deadline Friday because there'll be a lot more people houseless. But we have another deadline August 1st when we'll have newly houseless people on the streets. And I hope that we can play a part in helping that not be a crazy hot mess. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. My first note is this. From time to time, you hold meetings. You have food at the meetings, assembly members. Also, many boards and commissions have food there. Also, I know staff partake in having food. This is public dollars. With all due respect, You are dining on public dollars while there's a question dealing with the homelessness and cuts dealing with shelters. What I would advise the administration to immediately do, is look at all the costs that you've been using dealing with food and discontinue any food by assembly members, school board, you name it, and total that all up in what you've been doing this year. When I say you, I mean the whole departments, all of them, the boards and commissions, and discontinue all that. I'm sure it adds to a pretty amount of penny. Is this right now for you to partake in public dollars with food while you have shelters out there cutting programs, cutting hours? Is this the time to do that? My statement to you is no. So you need to do it immediately, and I hope the mayor gets that message too, because it's his proposed budget, and you do not delay the situation. Because as you eat on the public dollars, there are people starving out there. People are not being told there's less hours for them to be dealing with the shelters. This is not the time. And the last thing I'd like to say is this, in closing. I didn't use these words. School board meetings are not for the public. School board meetings are not for the public. That was said by the chair of the school board, and I addressed that to you many months ago. What's happened is the school board meetings are not Mondays. They're going to Tuesdays, same date as the assembly meetings. There's a policy of indifference to connecting with the public to attend school board meetings. To remind you, you approve the budget for the school board, and they decide what that budget's going to be. How can the public challenge the school board when you're holding meetings here? It's not fair, and this has got to stop, and it's got to stop immediately, because the date of your August 6th meeting is the same date as the school board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak before us? Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Sean Ryan. That's Seanryan, and also wanted to speak about Camp Here. A week and a half ago, when I first saw them down on the park strip, I was a little skeptical about what I viewed as a protest against state government that's proven itself to be a little dysfunctional. And in the course of a week, they've shifted from that to being an attempt at building a community that people support each other and look out for each other, and it's based on sobriety, and people realize that many of their organized shelters are not safe and that they failed them, and so I'm definitely in support of this. I guess there's a meeting on Friday, and I'd rather wait until that meeting transpires to offer more extensive comments. But this past Friday, when they moved to Valley of the Moon, I saw the response from APD, and given what the first gentleman here talked about with his situation, given the number of officers I saw, I kind of wondered, were these off-duty officers who were being paid overtime to be there, or were they being pulled away from neighborhoods where they could actually have been used for patrol to keep people safe? Thank you.
Thank you. And, sir, do you have access to email?
Yes, I do.
I might email us if you have any comments in advance of Friday, because I'm not sure if we'll have a lot of extensive time for public testimony.
Sure, absolutely. Thank
you.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
I might, I could just answer that question a little bit. It was the fallout of shift change, and so there was no overtime, there was no extra staffing.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Would anyone else like to speak before us? Anyone at all? All right, moving on in our agenda. Assembly comments. I'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to add, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
No soup for you.
Oh, thanks. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Nothing, thanks.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No comment, thank you.
And Mr. Peterson.
No comment.
All right. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to second.
Meeting's adjourned.